Okay, good morning, everyone. We're about to start the 41st symposium of the UADS Health Week. Do you mind just moving forward, sparing the first two rows? As for students at the back, please. Let's kindly move forward and spare the first two rows. It's our pleasure to be hosting the first of the symposium for this week, and my name is Adigbamigwe Tito Fonwa.
And my name is Bukola Odunton. We are final year students of this great faculty, and it will be an honor hosting this event. So while we start, shall we rise for the national anthem? Shall you lead us in the University of Ibadan anthem? Sorry.
I would like to thank everyone again for coming to this symposium. If you don't mind, let's just give ourselves a round of applause. Right now, we're going to be inviting our guests to the high table. And we'll be starting by inviting Dr. Tokpe Adeyemi, the president of the Nigerian Dental Association. Please. So just make sure to celebrate our guests properly. Our next guest is in person of Professor Bamide Kolede, the Dean of the Faculty of Dentistry. We also have Professor Obafunke Denloye, a consultant in pediatric dentistry. Please let's put our hands together. Here in our midst, we also have Dr. Afolabi Ogunderu, the president of the Association of Private Dental Practitioners. Please just put our hands together. And finally, representing Dr. Bode Ladipo, the Commissioner for Health in Oyo State, we have Dr. Adeshola Odofin, the Chief Consultant in Government Dental Center at Dubai. Please don't stop clapping.
All right, so to kickstart this event, we're going to be inviting our president, the president of the Ibadan Association of Dental Students, for his welcome speech, Mr. Shomoye Victor.
The Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, University of Ibadan, our keynote speaker, Dr. Tope Adeyemi, and the Nigerian Dental Association President, our panelists, Professor Obafunke Denloye, Consultant Pediatric Dentistry, University College Hospital, Dr. Afolabi Ogunderu, the President, Association of Private Dental Practitioners of Nigeria, the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Health, Oyo State, ably represented by Dr. Dr. Adeshola Odofin. I'm very sorry for that, ma. She's the Chief Consultant of Government Dental Center, Dubai, Ibadan. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to our Health Week Annual Symposium themed Health Sector Governance, a Dentist Perspective. Health sector governance is crucial to the success of any healthcare system. It refers to the processes and structures that govern the provision of healthcare services and ensures that they are of high quality, accessible, and equitable. As dentists that we have, it is crucial to know the roles that we play in ensuring our patients that our patients receive the best possible care, and this comes at a very low cost. I'm delighted that we have gathered here today to learn from the wealth of knowledge and experiences of our teachers and our mentors. They are teachers and mentors in different aspects of our dental career, in the dental practice, in financing dental healthcare, and in the policy making. I believe that this will help us to make informed decisions and take appropriate actions that will benefit our patients and the larger community. I encourage us all to keep open mind and listen attentively to the different perspectives that our speakers are going to share with us. And this will help us to shape and contribute to the way we assess or give accessible healthcare to our patients. In conclusion, I wish to express gratitude to everyone that has contributed to make this program a success, including our keynote speakers and the committee. I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Please let's appreciate him again. Thank you very much. So right now we're going to have the Dean give his opening remarks in person of Professor Bamide Kolode. So let's welcome him, please.
Good morning, Professor Obafunke Denloye, a senior colleague and former Deputy Provost of this College of Medicine, Dr. Afolabi You're welcome, and no students of this place, and my student also. Dr. Odofin, my lovely Dr. Odofin, and my student also, and now former immediate past president of the Association of Dental Surgeons of Oyo State, and by far the number one person in this dental profession, someone who can say, look, I delete your name from the practice and register of the profession and of this profession, and it comes to be. So, Dr. Adeyemi, sir, number one dental surgeon, you are welcome. Our dear precious students, who I must say have not been too available for you. I've had my hands into so many things, but I can assure you I'm undergoing some personal restructuring so that I'll do more with you and I'll be more available for you. It's my pleasure to welcome all of us to this program, especially because this happened to be my alma mater, and just a few years back, just some 35 years ago, we were doing what you were doing. And I remember the Health Week in my days. It was Professor Daramola that was the main person in the faculty then. Then it used to be the department. And I had the privilege of, then there was no projector like this. It was transparency. And he just said, you just stay and be selecting my slides for me. Because he gave a keynote address. And I still have some of the photographs of that Health Week. So it's now our turn to listen to our students also do some interesting things in this association. Without much ado and without wasting your time, it's my pleasure to welcome all of us to this symposium, which is at the initiative and discretion of Professor Bafunke Adeloye, and a very important one because it's a profession-defining program. It tells of what we have invested intellectually into students and how well they have been able to project this to others. I welcome all of us. I want to say a big thank you to the executive of the UADS for considering me to be a member and someone that can join you in celebrating with you. Never mind the fact that we were once like you and you will soon be like us. So don't worry, it's a matter of, it's a very short journey, very, very soon. You'll just see that you're also on this divide. And that is if you don't escape. The way I'm looking at this one, they may escape. So once again, I welcome all of us to this program. I wish the association a good celebration, and I have a token also for the association. I'll ask the president to see me later for that. Like I said, I've not been too much available for you, and I will pay my fine for not being available. Once again, I welcome all of us. You are all welcome to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Korede mentioned token and everybody started clapping. Well, thank you very much. You can please celebrate Professor Korede. So, in a couple minutes, we'll be having our keynote speaker come up and give his speech. But right before that, we'll be reading citation. If you don't mind, can we stand up? Dr. Adeyemi Tope is a prominent figure in the Nigerian Dental Association, serving as our current president. With his extensive academic and professional background, he has made significant contributions to the field of dentistry. Dr. Adeyemi is a senior lecturer of orthodontics in the Department of Child Dental Health at Bayero University in Kano, as well as a consultant orthodontist in Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, Kano, Nigeria. He is a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons and holds a master's degree in both public policy and administration, MPPA, and health economics, MHE. both of which he obtained with distinction grades. And in addition, he's at the final stages of obtaining an MSc in public health. Dr. Adeyemi's academic achievements are impressive, with his bachelor's degree in dental surgery from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, being obtained in record time without any reference. He was also the head prefect in both his primary and secondary schools, graduating as best student in both schools and finishing WAEC with distinctions in all 9 subjects. These early achievements are indicative of Dr. Adeyemi's lifelong commitment to excellence. In addition to his academic credentials, Dr. Adeyemi has contributed greatly to the dental profession through his professional affiliations and accomplishments. He's a council member of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, MDCN, a member of Medical and Dental Practitioners Investigation Panel of MDCN, and a board member of Dental Technologies Registration Board of Nigeria. He is also a member of Medical and Dental Education Committee of MDCN and a member of the Senate at Bayero University, Kano. Dr. Adeyemi is also an external examiner for 600-level BDS Child Dental Health and a Part 1 and Part 2 update revision course lecturer in the Faculty of Family Dentistry, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. He also serves as a reviewer for several national and international journals and is an editorial advisor for the Nigerian Journal of Medicine and an editorial member of West African Journal of Orthodontics. Additionally, he was recently listed as one of the nominees for appointment as editorial advisors of the Nigerian Medical Journal, a publication of the Nigerian Medical Association. Dr. Adeyemi has published over 30 articles in reputable peer-reviewed national and international journals and has made numerous poster and oral presentations in national and international scientific conferences. He's a widely traveled man and has served as a resource personnel to World Dental Federation on the strategies to actualize universal oral health coverage worldwide. His contributions to the dental profession have been recognized both nationally and internationally with numerous awards of excellence and recognition. As a co-principal investigator, he also received the World Dental Federation FDI World Dental Development Fund grant in 2022. Beyond his personal achievements, Dr. Adeyemi is a leading advocate for the integration of oral health in primary health care services in Nigeria. His advocacy aims to ensure universal oral health coverage and reduction in the burden of oral diseases in the country. And despite his numerous accomplishments, Dr. Adeyemi remains a humble and dedicated family man, happily married and blessed with children. Please do me the favor and the honor of welcoming Dr. Adeyemi. Please don't stop. Please don't stop.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I was actually checking who Dr. Adeyemi was when you were reading, so I feel very humbled to be in your presence to share my thoughts on the topic being at hand. So I don't know, my slides is up. Okay. So the Honorable Commissioner of Health, Oyo State, ably Dr. Bodiladipo, ably represented by Dr. Adeshola Odofin, immediate past chairman, NDA Oyo State, the Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, UI, Professor Bamidele Kolude, is my teacher. My other teacher, Professor Obafunke Denloye, a renowned professor of pediatric dentistry, former Deputy Provost College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. My brother, Dr. Afolabi Ogunderu, President, Association of Private Dental Practitioners of Nigeria. President, University of Ibadan Association of Dental Students. Members, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it gives me great pleasure to be here to share my thoughts on this topic. I don't know, is my slide up? Okay, it's coming up. Okay, so next slide, please. Is there a way I can control it from here? Sorry, who is in charge? Okay, can I control it by myself? Okay, so move. Okay, so as a way of preamble, I consider it a privilege to give this keynote address at this auspicious occasion. I guess my invitation is in recognition of my advantaged position as a dentist with additional qualifications in these non-dental disciplines, and also as a member of several committees as it relates to dental education, accreditation, and professional ethics, and as one who has the opportunity to serve all Nigerian dentists as president of the Nigerian Dental Association. Next slide, please. So I must thank my hosts at this occasion, the Uni-Ibadan Association of Dental Students, ably led by your president, Mr. Shomoye Victor, for inviting me to give this keynote address. I also commend the head 2023 UADS Symposium Committee, Mr. Praise Okunola, for his persistence and ensuring that things are well planned and executed. I actually want to especially commend him because I have a very tight schedule and he has really been on my neck, and at the last minute I had to say, okay, I'll come. Throughout last week we were in Lagos, Taraba, we had a near crash experience, and then we're here today. So I want to commend the young man for, persevering and, thank you. I acknowledge the effort of other members of the committee, and executives of UADS in general. And then to all who have contributed to the UADS in whatever form to make this a success, I say thank you. The dental students are the dentists of tomorrow, and therefore they should be well nurtured at the early stage to be good ambassadors of the profession. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here. Dental students, tomorrow, the profession will be left to your hands to nurture. And it's the seed we sow into you at this early stage that will actually germinate. Just like my teachers have sown into us, Prof. Denloye, Prof. Kolode, and the other teachers nationwide. So they have done a very good job, and we're trying to replicate that too in you. Thank you. So I'll just run through this address with this outline, and we hope to be done soon so that we can quickly move to the next section. So the health sector consists of a set of activities that provide medical or dental services, which includes training, for which you are undergoing now, training to be healthcare personnel, and research. It includes manufacture of medical or dental equipment or drugs, dental insurance, and then facilitation of healthcare to patients. When you talk of governance, it's defined as how societies make and implement collective decisions. And it's recognized in the Sustainable Development Goals 16, which emphasizes on the need to build an effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions, which will ensure broad ideas are harnessed and implemented to accommodate all diversities in the society. We need to look at governance as a process, and it entails some decision-making responsibility from individuals to a governing body, and then the implementation of these decisions by institutions such as UI, UCH, and all that. But they will have evaluative mechanisms to monitor progress and impact of the implemented decisions. The governing entities in the health sector in Nigeria can operate under any of these, either as formal, in that case public and non-state sectors, or informal in line of communities and special interest groups. So we have age grades who can actually influence the governance process. So for the governance, there are three actors who are in constant interaction. Okay, we have the people, that's the people who receive these services, you have the policymakers, and you have the service providers. Permit me to say that as a dentist, you fall into all these categories. You can receive these services, you can be clients or provider because you can have need for dental care. Okay, you can be a policymaker in terms of being in the government institution, even being in the formal, House of Assembly or Senate to make policies. And then, of course, as a trained dentist, you can also provide service. So you fall into all these categories. And then we have agencies that are ensuring that these work together to bring about total package for the health. Next slide, please. Okay, so you have an interaction, a relationship between these. You have the clients. So when they have identified problems, they take it to the policymakers who then make policies that will influence the providers to provide services to satisfy the clients. So that's the long route. But they can also direct their concerns or needs directly to the providers, and then services will be provided, that's healthcare services, to ensure that the needs of those clients are met. Okay, next slide. So health sector governance. We've tried to define health sector governance as attempts of governments or other actors to steer countries, communities, or groups in the pursuit of health as integral to well-being through governmental and societal innovative activities. So these activities, they include activities directed at giving priority to determinants of health. These determinants of health, they are not actually things that cause health issues, but they are things that actually determine the outcome of health. Say somebody is sick and doesn't have money. So because he doesn't have money, he will not be able to access health care. Somebody has money, he's sick, but there is no oral health care facility within the person's vicinity. Just this morning, in fact, I have had to grant about 4 interviews this morning. Pressmen called to say, President, there was a tweet by the media, that's Femi Adesina, on President Buhari receiving, you said? So receiving dental treatment in the UK. So, the pressmen called and they were like, what's the view of NDA on this and all? I said, well, whatever service he needs, we'll probably be able to provide it here. But the issue is, when you talk of dental care, dental emergency, pain, toothache has been likened to pain of labor. So if it meets you anywhere, the best thing you can do is to seek the next available, place to get relief. And I believe that's what the president has done. So, but as an association, we also have our own request, which is to make oral care available to every Nigerian in the nearest, possible place to them. So that when an ordinary Nigerian has oral health issue, dental care, dental pain, you can also access oral care within the shortest possible time in the nearest place available. So that's, our message to the president to ensure that, every Nigerian has that opportunity of accessing care within their vicinity at an affordable price. Okay, next slide. So health sector governance gives legitimacy to key policy makers, public health agencies, to enable them perform new roles in shaping policies to promote health and well-being. We've said this, and it requires leadership and joint action to actually lead to address of common interest in ensuring that the health care of everyone, especially oral health care of everyone, is taken into consideration. Next slide. Okay, so we'll talk of oral health in health sector governance. So just a reminder that oral health is an integral part of general health, and there's a bi-directional health. It's a bi-directional relationship between oral health and general health, and that's, if you look at the 1997 Declaration of Alma-Ata, that oral health, just like a basic necessity of man, is seen as a fundamental right which the government should actually provide to all citizens. Okay, so I modified the topic. You said the dentist perspective. So being the president of NDA, I said the NDA's perspective. And to have a good understanding of this perspective is vital that we understand the oral health system, especially in Nigeria, so that we're able to profile solutions and let you know what we have been doing as Nigerian Dental Association to actually impact on the policy to favor oral health. So as a definition, it's a combination of organization's flow of finance, workforce training and structure, laws, regulations, and accepted practice, which is aimed at improving the oral health of individuals and the community at large. So you require finance, you require training of individuals, just like you are being trained to be oral health physicians. And then in training there will be laws to guide your practice when you become dentist. So all these activities are what define the oral health system. And in Nigeria, most of our system is focused on orofacial pain, that's relief of orofacial pain, and dental emergencies. If you go to an average clinic in the local government, this will be what they will be addressing. And then oral health, among the policymakers, they're actually giving less importance because they don't have knowledge about oral health like that. So they give it less importance compared to when they talk of maternal mortality, for example. It gives them that, under 5 mortality. So, but when it comes to oral health, they don't see it as important as that for them to give it more attention. And that's where the issue of advocacy comes into play, to actually take this thing down to the policy makers to see the importance of oral health and formulating policies that will ensure the delivery of oral health to everyone. Next slide, please. Okay, so the planning and monitoring of oral healthcare system in Nigeria is carried out under the Division of Dentistry Division, which again is under the Department of Hospital Services in the Federal Ministry of Health. And this administrative structure is seen to be restrictive in terms of bureaucracy. And then, of course, in the Federal Ministry of Health, they have limited staffing and funding. And so that restricts them and prevents them from actually adequately carrying out all those their oversight functions in the country. Okay? So the implementation of the National Oral Health Policy is also plagued by the inadequacy of political will. This National Oral Health Policy was supposed to have been achieved as far back as 2015. But now, they are doing a revised edition, which will be, launched again sometime this year. And we hope that once it's implemented, there will be full integration of oral health into the primary healthcare system, and that will bring oral health closer to the people. And dental services in the National Health Insurance Authority are currently listed as secondary care, and this also affects or limits the access to oral care. Next one. Okay, so in Nigeria, most of the people pay for oral dental services from their pockets. And like dental services are expensive. So if someone has to pay from his pocket, it means that he really needs to be in severe need for the person to now bring out that money to pay. So that limits, that reduces their health-seeking behavior. And then some of them that have money, they are not even aware of the need to go for dental checkup. So that also limits. So awareness and the behavior among citizens also lead to late presentation. And then you look at some of our foremost national institutions: National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NHIA, MDCN, Federal Ministry of Health. We have few number of dentists in those parastatals. In NHIA, very few. The MDCN currently, there's only one dentist in MDCN. That happens to be the registrar of the MDCN. So if he retires today, we don't have any dentists there. And that is the body that regulates medical and dental practice in Nigeria. And people tend to think that a medical person can actually fully represent the dental interest. It's not true. It's not true. Most of them, yes, but if you give a medical person opportunity, he will not talk about dental caries. He will not talk about periodontal disease. He will be telling you maternal mortality. So we need to actually encourage youths, the dental students now, so that when you graduate, apart from being in the hospital, doing residency, these are agencies you should also seek employment in, so that you can influence policy at this level. Because, like I said, the drive for universal health coverage should be pursued from all angles. So not just the clinical aspect. At the level of policy, at the level of all these agencies, we should have dentists that are there that will be influencing policies to, in favor of dentistry and oral diseases. Next slide. So it's interesting to know that the dentist to population ratio is 1 to 43,000. So it means that we have very, very low number of dentists in the country. And that's against the WHO recommendation of 1 to 7,500. So we have a huge gap. And most of these dentists are located in the southern part of the country. And even in the southern part of the country, most of them are in the urban areas. So you have a huge deficit in the rural areas in the south and even in the northern part of the country. And then if you look at the dental schools, their accreditation quota per year is also low. I don't think there's any dental school that has accreditation to graduate 50 dental students per year. There's none. So if you look at it compared to the deficit we need to really cover, you see that we have a long way to go. Okay, so there is paucity of dental manpower. Okay, next. Okay, so of course this has been aggravated by brain drain. So some of them, even though the number is not enough, some people are moving to UK, Canada, and the rest. And then those on ground, because their colleagues have left, there's now more work for them to do. So there's a lot of burnouts, even among those left in the country. And there's inadequate reward and welfare of those around. So currently, at the level of NDA, NMA, we've been pushing. And just last week, the Minister of Labor agreed that there will be minimum of 25% increase of salaries for dental practitioners, medical and dental. But the way it's going, they are proposing a graded increase. So from grade level 1 to 4, we'll have 25%. Then from 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, we'll have 35% increase in their salaries, as hopefully we'll achieve this before May 29 handover. Okay, so the technical support, of course, most of the materials used in dentistry are not manufactured in Nigeria. And then technical support is also not readily available, and this affects the oral health provision in the country. Okay. So how do we strengthen the oral health system in this country through health sector governance? I've mentioned this. We look at policymakers, look at citizens, and then providers. As dentists, you fall into all these categories, and you can influence and strengthen the healthcare sector, especially the oral health system, through any of these. One, as policymakers, you can make policy. So next slide, please. You can, encourage to have people to represent, different interests in the process of policy making to address oral health challenges. And the use of technologies to actually harness data to help the policymakers to, make policies that will address oral health issues. Okay, next. So for providers of services, we have periodic functional audits of institutions, providers of oral health services, two parliamentary oversight functions, hospital boards, clinics, and maintenance of improvement of standards. So we ensure that standards are maintained, and that's why we have regulatory agencies to ensure that standards are, especially for the providers, for the institutions, training institutions, the dentists themselves, when they finish. So we have issues of continuing medical education coming up here. Okay, next. Okay, so this is still part of, I've talked about strengthening oral health workforce. Next slide. Okay, so for the citizens, we have collaborations to monitor different aspects of performance in the health sector and to take actions to improve it. So you have the Savicom, I'm sure in UCA you have Savicom, which monitors services being provided and make suggestions on how to improve them. Promotion of awareness in respect to oral health, they will have the role of National Orientation Agency so that more people are aware about oral health. And then increase demand for accountability and transparency from policymakers. So if funds released to hospitals, to training institutions, to universities, for the training of dentists are well accounted for, the policymakers or the governments will be encouraged to even do more. Next. Okay, so many problems. So look at health sector governance and dentists. So many problems associated with poor state of our oral health systems, as highlighted above, can be significantly eradicated by making the right decisions by the right persons through the right decision process to improve the structure, policies, and processes of oral health systems. And as a dentist, you have fully trained and equipped to actually make these right decisions. Next. Okay, so there is a need for dentists to demonstrate sustained effort in getting So there is need for dentists, just like I said, to demonstrate sustained effort in getting into positions of decision making in relation to health and health-related issues at all levels of government. So dentists must work to develop connections with major actors across various sectors to improve awareness and importance of oral health to quality of life. So once they are aware of the importance of oral health to quality of life, it becomes easier to sell these policies to those individuals, and then it becomes easier for them to also make policies to address these oral health issues. Okay, so dentists must intentionally leave their comfort zones and actively participate in community and societal building through governance, just like other professionals. It will provide a platform for oral health advocacy, lobbying, and support from other sectors in oral health promoting policy activities. Okay, so what has been the experience in Nigerian Dental Association? Some of these challenges were met, and so we're plagued with. We had some of these challenges, and these are some of the things we've been able to do to actually address them to ensure that oral health moves forward. So first, sometimes 2 years ago, we had redesignation of dental technologies into dental officer technologies. So we had to write letters, follow the different channels, wrote to the Council of Establishment and all that. Eventually, we got it reversed to Dental Technologies Officer. And reason being that, a dentist is already, designated as dental officer. So if you now have dental officer technologies, most of them will not even put the technologist. So they leave it as dental officer, and it can confuse members of the public. So, they will be meeting technologists for oral health issues, not knowing that they are not trained to actually provide oral health care. And that's why we were able to, we're adamant on that, and by God's grace, we've been able to tackle that. Then now, the current issue is we have dental surgery assistants. They have written to the ministry and they have approved this name for them, dental surgery technologies. And that's another problem, because dental surgery assistants are supposed to be in the clinic assisting dentists. So if you now put technologies at the back of their name, it gives a different meaning. So we're going to have another meeting to see how to reverse this. So they keep problems keep coming up, and you wonder, the people that are doing this, don't they have knowledge of? But so that's why I have encouraged that most of you, when you finish, try and enter into those institutions so that you'll be the advocates for oral health and for good clinical governance in those areas. So that's a burden problem which we are still going to try and address. Then now we have the National Health Insurance Authority. As NDA, the dental services are listed as secondary care. And it means that you don't just walk into a dental clinic and access care. You need to be seen first by his physician, who will then refer you. So if the physician feels that you don't need dental care, he will not refer you. Okay, so that limits the access to dental care. Okay, so as NDA, we are trying to move it from secondary, and then we'll just move some of the dental services from secondary to primary, especially S&P and the rest, and simple procedures. So we hope that will improve the access to oral care. And then the current pricing, you see that the pricing of dental services on NHIA is also low. It's not in tandem with the current reality. So we're also, engaging the government on that. And then the scope of dental services. Most of the dental services currently in NHIA are few. So we want to increase the number of dental services in NHIA, so that they'll be covered by insurance and more Nigerians can have access to dental care. Okay, so maintenance of standards by MDCN. So MDCN, they do accreditation for dental schools to ensure you have, adequate facilities for training, manpower, structure, and all that. So they maintain standards so that a dentist trained in Ibadan can be said to be of similarly equal standard as that's trained in Kano, for example. So they try to maintain standard. So then housemanship, the same thing. There are accreditation panels for that. Then when dentists or practitioners are reported for ethical issues, so there's an investigation panel that looks at whatever issue an individual is reported for. So if for any reason a patient reports a practitioner to MDCN, they have a 15-member panel that will be asked to look into the case, to see the merit of the case, and if they establish a primary facial, then they refer to the tribunal. So the tribunal can then, pass judgment if they find the person guilty. And the judgment can be in form of warning, it can be in form of, suspension from practice for maybe 3 months to 6 months, or to even deletion of the name from the relevant register. So, well, all these are, measures put in place to ensure that the sanctity of the profession is maintained, and then the members of the public are protected. Okay, so as you graduate, ensure that I'm sure by the time you are graduating, you'll be given the book, and as part of your course, you'll be taught on medical and dental ethics. So make sure you take it seriously. The number of litigation cases, arising daily in MDCN, they have over 500 cases now, which have not been touched. And the problem with that is that once you are reported to MDCN and the MDCN contacts you, you cannot leave the country without permission from the MDCN. And even if you leave and you don't come, they will conduct that investigation, whether you are there or not. And if they find you guilty, they will write to wherever you want to practice dentistry in the world. And those people will prevent you from practicing. So it's always good that you work according to the ethics of the profession to ensure that the best is given to your patient within your limited capacity. Okay, so next slide. So this is a picture of showing, see the MDCN registrar, we paid him a courtesy visit as our regulator. Okay, next. So currently in dentistry, we have this amalgam phase down, amalgam phase out. So we've been working, amalgam is said to contain mercury. So globally, there's a drive to reduce the use of amalgam among, the general populace. So as Nigerian Dental Association, we set December 2025 as date to stop the use of amalgam totally in the country among pregnant women, children, and vulnerable groups. And by December 2030, we expect that amalgam use will be totally eradicated in the country. Of course, like I mentioned in previous slide, most of these materials are not manufactured in Nigeria. So we're also working with international organizations to ensure that they stop the manufacture, and then with the customs to prevent this amalgam from coming in once these dates passed. Then the primary oral health policy, this policy has been in place, so like I said, to be revised and relaunched this year. And once fully implemented, it will mandate every local government, every primary health center to have dental care. And what that means is that there will be need to employ at least one dentist in each of the primary health care centers. And that's indirectly providing employment for all of you dentists who are going to be coming to join the workforce. Okay. And that will, of course, apart from the employment, that will also reduce the burden of oral diseases in the country in the long run. Okay, so NOMA, we have been on NOMA. There has been increase in the number of cases of NOMA, especially in northwestern Nigeria. So we have been lobbying other countries to see that this NOMA is re-enlisted by the WHO as a neglected tropical disease, so that more attention can be put, placed on it for it to be well eradicated. Okay. Then, of course, welfare and access to soft loans. We are hoping that we've been working with the Bank of Industry to ensure that once you graduate, you need loan to start your dental career or private practice, then you can access these loans. And as part of welfare, like I said, the review of the commerce circular, commerce salary structure, to ensure that the medical and dental professionals have higher pay. 25% for commerce 1 to 4, 35% commerce 5 to 7 for now. Thank you. Okay, next. So this is a picture, one of the meetings we had on this amalgam phase down in Abuja. Okay, next. Okay, so we had a meeting last week. Yes, WHO organized meeting on this getting NOMA to be listed as a neglected tropical disease. So we have stakeholders from different aspects of the country. Some of our teachers are there, Professor Ajike, Prof. Upong, the head of dentistry division, Dr. Gloria is there, and then other stakeholders, myself, and then immediate past director of hospital services. She just retired, Dr. Adebi Nkuyamenai. So these are stakeholders, and then you have NGOs also represented, MSF, STRADEF, and all that. So they are all there. Okay. Okay, so we've been working to stamp out quackery in the dental profession. Of course, some of you will be wondering, what is quackery? Of course, when non-dentists or even dentists perform things that are not within their purview. But it's more common among non-dentists who pose as dentists in the outside world, carry out dental procedures and eventually, harm the patients. And we may be looking at it as something distant, but that patient can be your relative, can be your brother, can be your sister. And that's why it's very, very germane that we stamp out quackery in the profession. And so we had advocacy visits to the NMA president, also help in, to also help in, the efforts towards stamping out quackery, because it's not just in the dental profession. In the medical profession, they also have people who are posing as doctors, surgeons, doing all sorts, especially in the rural areas. Then advocacy for creation of Directorate of Dental Services. We believe that at the level of Federal Ministry, you see, it's just a division. So, and it's still under Department of Hospital Services. So that, leaves a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks in terms of policy formulation. Means that any policy you have to go through the Department of Hospital Services, and if the person at the level of department is not interested, it will just die a natural death. So we're advocating that we have a Directorate of Hospital Services, and then as a stopgap measure, we are increasing awareness and providing free dental treatment across the country. Just recently, the FDI launched the Talk to a Dentist program, which takes dentistry to communities with less access to dental care. So treatments are provided to individuals there. And then World Oral Health Day celebration, I'm sure as students, you must have participated in that, creating awareness, doing your code day and all that. In your own little way, this awareness goes a long way in, spreading the gospel of dentistry. And once it comes to policy formulation to favor dentistry and oral, then it will come to bear. Okay, so collaboration with FDI to develop global strategies on universal oral health coverage, and then sugar tax. Okay, next. So this picture at the head of service. Next. Okay, we met with the Minister of Health just to let him know of the need to integrate oral health to primary health care services, which he agreed to do. But of course, we're still following up on that. Okay. And then meeting at the World Dental Federation, we had a stakeholders meeting to map out strategies to achieve universal health coverage. This was in Geneva, Switzerland. Okay. Okay, so meeting with the NMA president to also discuss issues of oral health policy and then strategies to actually stamp out quackery in both the medical and dental profession. Okay. Okay, then we had a panel discussion on improving medical and dental education in Nigeria, as organized by MDCAN in Abuja some time ago. So, in conclusion, adherence to the principles of health sector governance can bring about significant improvement in the oral health system. Our dentists are very important stakeholders in health, and they can provide the required leadership in the basic units of interaction in health sector governance, which will lead to universal healthcare coverage for all Nigerians. Thank you very much for listening.
I believe we should all be standing. Thank you very much, sir. That was a very wonderful lecture. You can have your seats. That was a very, very wonderful lecture, and I'm sure that some of us took notes. One thing that stood out to me is the fact that we, all of us as dentists, are part of the 3 units of healthcare governance: policymakers, citizens, and even the healthcare providers. So we are not absolved of any responsibility. And if you want to do non-clinical dentistry, you can go into policymaking. Just saying. All right, so it is time for the question and answer session. But before that, I'd like to recognize the presence of some important people among us. First on the list is Dr. Olushola Ibiyemi, Consultant Community Dentistry, University of Ibadan. Thank you, sir, for coming. And then we invited our sister schools, and I'm just going to read them out. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. The Perioperative Nursing School, UCH, School of Nursing, UCH, in Ibadan, University of Ibadan Medical Students Association, Association of Physiotherapy Students, School of Health Information Management, Nigerian Medical Lab Science Students Association, NIMELSA. Please let's appreciate them. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. And I'd just like to call on Ms. Dorcas Adeyemo, the President of the Association of Physiotherapy Students, to please join us in front. Thank you very much. So now we are on to the question and answer session. So can we have the second mic? Does anybody have a question that they want to say by themselves? Or you have a question? Okay, I've seen one question. Who else? Okay, if you guys are shy, you can write it down and pass it to the usher. I can see Patrick, right? Okay, 2. Any other person? 3. Any other person? Don't beg me after all. Okay, please step forward.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Please, I would like to ask a question about your pathway towards becoming the NDA president, because there are people among us that may want to venture into that line of their careers. So if it's possible for you to give us a breakdown of how you were able to achieve the position of NDA president. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't get the name, but thank you very much. Yes, pathways towards becoming the NDA president. Well, to be president, you need to be ready to serve. Okay? You need to have served and then be ready to serve more. So I started off as a resident. I was into ARD politics. So I was assistant secretary for a number of years, secretary general, vice president, acting at the level of residency. Then for NDA, even when I was not holding any position, I was serving, and people were seeing the service I was rendering. And then I had other positions. I was initially chairman, research and scientific committee, which people appreciated the work I did. Then I was elected secretary general, and people further appreciated the work done as secretary general. So when I put up my interest in becoming the national president, there was little or no resistance to that. And so my advice is that you should serve wholeheartedly. People will see you, and by the time you come out for positions of more responsibility, people readily endorse your candidature. Thank you. And of course, as you can see, I'm not the oldest dentist in Nigeria, so I'm sure that's why you asked that question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next person, is the third person can come out as well, so we just take them. He's asking your question for you. Okay. Ushers, do we have any questions with you? All right, then.
Good morning, sir. I just wanted to ask that, in your own opinion, what is responsible for the involvement of dentists in healthcare governance, and how we as students can also be involved? We, students like us, can also be involved in healthcare governance. Okay. My question was, what is responsible for the involvement of dentists in healthcare governance, and how students like us can also be involved?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, your role in health sector governance, like I've mentioned different aspects, different categories. You see the patient, that's the client, isn't it? You see the policymakers, Abi? And then you have the providers. So most of the policies are done by the policymakers. And if they don't appreciate dentistry, they will not make policies that will favor dentistry. Okay? So your role as a student is to make them appreciate dentistry. And how do you make them appreciate dentistry? By the time, I'm sure you probably go to the media, give oral health awareness, do some talk shows on, common dental problems. They will begin to see dentistry in terms of some of the things that you can do, so that by the time it comes to policy formulation, they are better aware. That's on that side. Another side is you can aspire to be even the policymaker. I've listed agencies that will have paucity of dentists. So if you are there, you are in MDCN, you are in National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, and they are talking about primary health care, for example, and there is no dentistry listed as part of primary health care, and you are there as a dentist, you can say, oh, we need to include dentistry. And you have played your part. Okay? So, but as students, yours is during decision making, you'll be available to actually, give your own advice. And of course, when you grow into function in other aspects. Thank you. I think, Prof.
All right, thank you, sir. Please let's appreciate him. So I believe that there are no other questions. There's one last question. All right, Mr. Vice President. Please appreciate our Vice President.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much for that wonderful lecture. My question is quite complex. Okay, so seeing as we have one dentist or let me start with this. Seeing as clinical dentistry and dentistry in governance they're both quite demanding, and we have about one dentist to 45,000 patients in Nigeria. How exactly can we now motivate the small number of people to leave the clinical practice if they can balance it, of course, and then come into governance even beyond the organizations like MDCAN and ARD, and go into places like the House of Reps, the Senate, presidency, so that they can even have a larger influence, and they can basically do more with the power they have. So how exactly can we now balance increasing the quota for dentistry so that we can graduate 120 students every year, and at the same time motivate people to now move into dentistry in governance into those different sectors? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very insightful question. everything you have said borders on number. We have few numbers, and you are worried that, okay, if some move, that will further deplete the number. But again, in my lecture, presentation, there's an aspect I talked about brain drain. Some of the locally produced ones are leaving. So the question should be, why are they leaving? Most of the people are leaving for reasons of economy, better security, better life expectancy. Those are the reasons why people are leaving. So is it possible that government comes up with policies that will reverse these reasons why people are leaving, so that instead of leaving, they will be coming back? And as they are coming back with some experiences, and then people are, of course, when we have brain gain now, they would have acquired some experience from outside, and then those experiences can now be channeled into even improving our local lots. Yes, even without them coming back, those of us on ground, some should be encouraged to move into these other aspects, because they are equally as important as clinical practice. Because one policy can make or mar even your clinical practice. If in the House of Rep, for example, they don't know who a dental technologist is, they don't know a therapist, they don't know dental assistant, and tomorrow they make a policy to say the DSA can be the head of dental team, even when you have a dentist. They can make that policy. Why? Because they are not aware. So, do we continue to remain in the clinics? Yes and no. Some should be in the clinics. Some should go to where policies need to be formulated, so that they ensure that the right policies are formulated in line with international best practices. Somebody has to be there to remind them. It is a fallacy to assume that every other professional knows your worth. They know your value, so they will give you your value. It's not true. At times you need to keep saying it, keep reminding them that this is who you are as a dentist. You're supposed to be. I give you for instance, in Kano, for a long time we didn't have dentists, and now we have the Bayero University, we have products. But does it mean that throughout those periods that there were no indigenous dentists? Does it mean that people didn't have dental issues? No. People had dental issues, but they were being treated by some of these quacks. So much so that some of them are made, DSAs are made head of department. And then when we had our products, they were employed into the state civil service, and they still wanted to retain the headship of the department. So they came to NDA, and we had to pay the head of the people, organizing the structure in the Ministry of Health. We had to pay them a costly visit to let them know that, okay, this therapist was the head in the absence of dentist. Now that we have a dentist, even if he's freshly graduated, automatically that dentist should be the head of that team. And who was I talking to? The person at the ministry was a medical doctor who is supposed to know. And that's why I said, don't assume that people know your rights. Don't assume that people know your worth. Always speak for the profession. And once we did that, over time, they started changing them. So that's it. So be in the clinic, yes, some should move into policy formulation. If you can go into Senate, House of Rep, please, with all pleasure, go and become our senator, go and become our House of Rep, become our governor, become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. No other questions. I won't be taking any other questions. So now we've come to the part where some people have been looking forward to since the beginning of the program. It's time for the raffle draw. To anchor this segment, I'm going to invite the chairman of the occasion, Mr. Praise Okunola.
Good morning, everyone. So please just be watching your number. If your number is picked and you are called, you just come forward and collect your gifts. So the first gift we have here is a pack of Sensodyne toothpaste, sponsored by GSK. So Dr. Ibiyemi will be helping us to pick the first winner for this. So the number is 214. 214. Anybody? 214. Nobody.
Number 67. 67. 67. All right, please put your hands together for him. Please come forward.
Thank you very much. This was your name and your class.
My name is Finfolo Agumefun from Sona Level BDS class.
Thank you very much. On behalf of GSK. The second gift we have is a tote bag from UADS, courtesy of TD Kucho. Professor Kolide will help us pick who will collect this.
Number 99. 99.
Number 99. Nobody.
Number 80. 80.
Number 80. Nobody.
Nobody. I want to believe the third time is the charm. Number 38.
Number 38.
38.
Number 38.
Ha. 38.
38. Nobody.
Why are you putting numbers like that?
Number 144. 144.
144. Nobody again.
Keep going. Keep going.
Your numbers are so high.
Number 19.
19.
19? 19. Thank you very much. Finally.
Your name and your class.
Okay, my name is Prosper Ibojurike, 300 level MBBS.
Thank you very much. On behalf of TD Kucho. The next one is 3,000 naira cash. Dr. Adeyemi. Of course.
For this one, if there's nobody, I'm taking the cash. Number 239. 239. Oh, sorry. Are you 238? Sorry.
Let's try again.
239. Nobody. Number 181. 181.
Let's try again.
Number 235. 235. No. 272.
272.
272. All right. Lucky man.
My name is Awal. I'm from BMLS department, foreign level BMLS department.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one for this session is a dinner ticket. Professor Dinloye would help us pick the winner.
Drum rolls, please. 202. 202. No, even if you raise it to the light, it's still not the same number. 202. Nobody.
Please, let's try again.
Okay. Number 163. 163. Congratulations.
Please, your name.
Okay. I am Oriwola Melekon, final year student, School of Nursing. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you all. We'll be back again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Finn and Mr. Praise. And I know how much we love our raffle draws, and that currently makes Finn and Praise the most valuable people in this room. But I think we just have to move forward. Before we go on, I'd like to call to the high table Dr. Shakira Gbadebo, the Subdean of the Faculty of Dentistry. Okay, we can have our seats. So beyond the raffle draws, I hope that we are actually paying attention and trying to glean wisdom from the high guests or the guests on the high table. I'm personally looking forward to Professor Odenloye's wisdom because she was integral to our success in the last child oral health exams. If you don't mind, please can we celebrate her? So before we call the moderators of the panel session, we would be taking the citation of the panelists. And first is Dr. Afolabi Ogundero. So please do you mind rising? Okay. Can you hear me? Oh, awesome. Right. Dr. Afolabi Ogundero is currently the president of the Association of Private Dental Practitioners Nigeria. He's a 2008 graduate of Faculty of Dentistry, College of Medicine, Ibadan. He has also had several short trainings and certification in dentistry, and is currently the MD Day Dental Specialist Clinic, Bagada, Lagos, and also the MD Scepter Dent Hospital Supplies, Lagos. He has also started private practice from Sky Dental Ikoyi, Lagos in 2011, and he was also at a time Secretary Ibadan Dental School alumni between 2010 and 2015. Was also Public Relations Officer for the Association of Private Dental Practitioners in Nigeria, and is also president of the Association of Private Dental Practitioners from 2022. He's also the Vice President of the Healthcare Practitioners Association of Nigeria, Dental, and is a full-time private practitioner with other interests in farming. And it's our privilege to have him here with us today. So please let's celebrate Dr. Afolabi Ogundero. So please, do you mind coming forward? Please, let's not stop clapping. Let's not stop clapping. And joining us online is Mr. Awal Abdullahi. Mr. Awal Abdullahi is a health policy and financing specialist with over 5 years' experience in strengthening health systems. His professional background includes providing senior advisory support to the federal government of Nigeria and the Kingdom of Eswatini, focused on developing and implementing innovative mechanisms to mobilize resources for healthcare and strengthening public financial management systems to achieve universal health coverage among poor and vulnerable populations. His research interests include exploring innovative ways of achieving UHC, that's universal health coverage, and healthcare reforms to improve user experience. Mr. Awal has a joint MSc in health policy, planning and financing from the London School of Economics and Political Science and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Currently, Mr. Awal is a program manager for universal health coverage at the Clinton Health Access Initiative. And he's with us online today, so please let's celebrate him.
All right, our third panelist is Dr. Adeshola Odofin. Ma, please can you stand? Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Adeshola Damola Odofin is a consultant family dentist and the chief consultant at Government Dental Center, Dugbe. She had a primary education at Ijapo Estate Primary School before proceeding to St. Louis Grammar School, Akure, for secondary education. She had a BDS degree from the greatest University of Benin in 2007. Dr. Odofin joined the Oyo State Civil Service in 2010 and proceeded for her residency training in 2012. She was at the University College Hospital Ibadan for her residency program and earned her fellowship in family dentistry, FMCFD, from the National Postgraduate Medical College in Nigeria in 2019. She's the CEO of Jemima Dental Clinic Ibadan. Dr. Odofin also runs an NGO, Jemima Oral Health Foundation, which is concerned with the provision of free dental checkup and treatments to the less privileged, particularly orphans, widows, the institutionalized elderly, and hearing impaired children within and outside Oyo State since 2014. Her leadership qualities manifested right from her primary school, as she was the head girl both at primary and secondary school. She's the immediate past chairman of the Nigerian Dental Association, Oyo State, and presently the secretary of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association, Oyo. Dr. Odofin has won several awards, which includes the award for Best Dissertation in the Faculty of Family Dentistry, National Part 2 exam in 2019, the Oyo State Public Service Meritorious Award as the Most Efficient Doctor in 2021, an award for the 100 Most Influential Persons in Oyo State in the Entrepreneurs category. Yeah. She has attended several conferences since date. She's happily married with children, and we have the privilege of having her with us today. The fourth panelist on our list is Professor Obafunke Denloye. Professor Obafunke Denloye is the immediate past deputy provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. She was the first professor of pediatric dentistry from the University of Ibadan with over 30 years of teaching experience at the Faculty of Dentistry. She was also the first head of Department of Child Oral Health of the Faculty of Dentistry. She was an adjunct associate professor and later adjunct professor for over 8 years at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. She was a former president of the Nigerian Association of Pediatric Dentistry and former treasurer, International Association of Dental Research, the Nigerian division. She has trained over 10 pediatric dentists who are holding leadership posts all over the country and outside Nigeria. She's a great researcher with over 70 publications, both in local and international journals, with interest in oral health of children and emphasis of infective lesions, including children with special needs. She has attended and presented at many local and international conferences. She's highly interested in spiritual well-being of children as she's a trained child evangelist. She also has a certification as a marriage mentor and relationship coach, and she's widely traveled. Please welcome with me Professor Obafunke Dengbe. Don't stop clapping, she hasn't got into her seat. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, so shortly I'll call up the panelists who will be moderating this session. But before that, I'd like to recognize the presence of certain dignitaries among us. First is Dr. Titilola Ibiemi. Thank you, ma, for coming. And I'd like to invite these two people to the front to sit with our president of Association of Physical Therapy Students. First person is the Vice President, School of Nursing, Adeniro Esther, Miss Adeniro Esther. And the second person is the President of Perioperative Nursing, Miss Adejumobi Abigail. Now, very quickly, we'll call up our panelists or our moderators for the panel session in persons of Mr. David Adetula and Mr. Salah Alhamdu.
Microphones. Sorry, we need microphones, please. All right, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming around for today's session. And I'd like to especially thank our panelists for making out time to join us for this discussion. I'd like to say upfront that this is a very diverse and rich panel session because we have experts in various fields here. We have someone in the private practice. We have someone representing the government in terms of policy that government has been into. And we also have an academic, an excellent academic candidate. Please, can you put your hands together for them? Thank you very much for coming around once again. So in a couple of minutes, we'll delve into discussion. We're basically going to be discussing how to achieve equitable and innovative dental health care delivery to the underserved population. And then I'd like to crave the indulgence of our panelists to kindly ensure that we limit our responses to no more than 2 minutes so that we can talk. Or less. Thank you very much, ma. At every point in time, so we're able to touch on as many issues as possible. I believe that's okay, and we're good to go. All right, I believe Mr. Abdullahi is with us. Could you confirm if you can hear us, please? Hi, T.
Yes, I can
confirm
hear
if
Mr.
Abdullahi is actually with us.
Yes, I can hear everyone. Can you hear me?
We want to be sure that we have the fourth panelist with us because at some point in time, we'll have to ask him some questions too.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so we can conserve time as much as possible. I'd like to, I'll be doing this together with my co-moderator, Amina Tasala. I'm David Adesula. So, panel discussion with Prof. Denloye. So, I believe we have seen your profile. You have been into, practicing and seeing patients for decades. So, I want to ask, what are some of the most concerning issues that prevent those from the underserved population from accessing dental health care? Over the years, what have you seen? What are the commonest concerns that you've identified? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start by mentioning a few of the underserved. Who are they? They include those who are poor, who can afford treatment. They include those that are handicapped. They include generally, they include all of us. Because looking at the dentist population figure, we are underserved, all of us. But generally speaking, those who are poor, those who are handicapped, those who are on the streets, because I see children and we've done a lot of work on street children and so on. So what are the problems I have observed? Number one is knowledge. Many of them don't know that there are people who can treat their teeth. And that is not limited to them alone. Interestingly, last week we saw a patient who was kept in the pediatric ward for so many hours before the patient was transferred to us. And I see that as poor knowledge from our medical colleagues. So poor knowledge about the presence of dentists, and the most important is funding. They can't afford the amount to be paid for the treatment. And for the handicapped, we have a problem. Well, they've tried to solve a bit of the problem is access to the dental services. Our dental clinic here is not friendly to those who are physically handicapped. We have a lot of ups and downs. So movement is going to be difficult. Maybe I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that insightful discussion on the challenges that the underserved population face. So I'd like to follow up the same question with you, Dr. Ogunderu. You've worked in the private practice for many years and you've been seeing patients. Some may argue that since you're working in private practice, you might not really have as much access to these underserved populations. So I'd like to ask, in your experience, what has been the challenges, if any, that you've seen?
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a cue from what Prof just said. In the words of one of my professors here, banana peels, Professor Kolide, I think the biggest problem also still comes from knowledge problem. A lot of us think most of the time we're looking at challenges of healthcare and all the likes. The first thing that comes to our head is cost. And that cost is usually in Naira and Kobo or in dollars. But in most cases, that's not the issue. I run a practice in Lagos, middle class area in Lagos, for example, that you think based on that, most people I see are people that can afford. But I run a model such that anybody that has practice and has an emergency will be attended to, whether they can afford it or they can't afford it. But the biggest problem is not access. Because the problem is, before a dentist comes to mind, in most cases, even amongst the so-called educated, they would have attempted all sorts. I have seen well-educated graduates that come into the dental clinic with dental-alveolar abscesses. They've used battery water, they've used acid, they've used petrol, of course, the regular touch and go that the pharmacists will prescribe and all the likes. I have patients that some different generations of antibiotics have been prescribed by medical colleagues that are not sensitive to them. So knowledge is key. Then I like to take from the erudite scholar, Dr. Adeyemi, because he has given us a compendium of lectures. Now, we talk about the number of dentists and aside from the knowledge, the accessibility becomes an issue. Without apology, one of the headquarters of Quackery in Nigeria is Enugu State. And the reason is simple. They have a college of technology in Enugu. So a lot of them set up dental clinics and all the likes, and they do all sorts. Because lack of knowledge, most people that go to access dental care, to even distinguish who a practitioner should be that will treat them. Many people will walk into a place probably because the person just sets up a shop and the person is ready to treat them. Now, in private practice in 2019, we found out that we have about 1,100 practitioners in Nigeria. There was a study that was done by some people, and that was in 2019. And I can bet with you now that it's much less than that. So when lack of sensitization amongst people to know what to seek for different specific ailments, even among it's going to be there. People don't have that knowledge. Then they don't think it's enough for them to put in money. You see people come into the clinic and they need to have, let's say, a replacement implant, and you mention the price. The person says like, just because there's lack of knowledge, are going to perish, and that's one of the major problems we have.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ogundere, but I will not leave at that. I want to follow up with a question. So, I mean, looking at our country today, you already raised the issue of the knowledge. I would assume that by knowledge, you also would have the fact that people don't even know what it costs to get dental services in private facilities as part of the knowledge deficit, you mean. But looking at our country where Nigeria is deemed to be like almost the poorest country in the world, where there's a multidimensional poverty, as we've been told, do you think the underserved population, in this case, Prof mentioned physically challenged, who don't have, mostly don't have the wherewithal to get economic power to be able to, to be able to afford some of this care, and some unemployed and all of those things, do you still think the private practice has a plan for these people in a way?
Thank you. I disagree with some assertions. They are prejudgmental. I don't believe that. That's what we all do. It's a worldwide. When we talk about multidimensional poverty, by whose standard, by whose yardstick? For a man in Adamawa that has his house that he lives in, has a farm that he farms on, crops most of the food that he eats, but simply because by basis of calculation how much spending power he has, you say is poor. Being talked about someone that takes credit facility to get housing in a developed world or thereabout. I think I agree with you with the fact that you feel people don't have access to it because of money. But like some of the things, apart from what the keynote speaker mentioned, there is a plan towards universal coverage that should take care of that. Now, one of the biggest problems we have is that our planning has a big issue. Aside from that, its implementation is the biggest problem. Dr. Adeyemi made mention of giant strides that the Federal Ministry of and the likes are doing. And I was talking to Dr. Odofin about the circular that designated a dental technologist as, in quote, a dental officer technologist. Of course, processes had been done before it was supposed to be implemented by who? A dentist, head of service. So, the sector, according to some of the things that have been proposed, like the sugar tax, might be able to take care of the vulnerables if we are willing to implement it. In 2003, when NHIS was meant to be instituted, when it was implemented, two telecommunication tax was voted. What has become of it? Has it trickled down? 2% of telecommunication tax. What has happened to it? So you want to add sugar tax to it. What becomes of it? It's the implementation phase that is our problem. And the people themselves, because they lack knowledge to pursue what is necessary, what is required. We haven't done that. The private sector we do is, if for the first time in Nigeria, we all come to terms with the fact that for everything that needs to be done, there's a cost attached to it. Two, somebody has to pay for it. The question should be, who pays? How do we allocate the payment? I'll give you an example. Part of the problems with respect to dentistry, which my president has emphasized several times at different fora, in terms of funding of dental health within our health structure, is the fact that the current tariff system, let me just pick a sector, of the NHIS that transformed to NHIA, was by the dental platform as a tariff system to be used. It was adopted by NHIS in 2003, 10 years after it was proposed. That remained until last year, until NHIA decided to do a 25% increment. Calculate the cumulative inflation from 1993 till date. Is that sustainable? Would that be able to pick up bills? Let's even assume, argument purposes, that's paid to, on behalf of the vulnerables, on behalf of everybody, sustain the dental center in Ibadan. Don't let him go to the private sector.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ogundere. We'll get back to you in a bit. Could you confirm if Mr. Abdullahi can hear us and is able to speak too? Because I'm going to get to you in a bit.
I can hear the team. I don't know if the team can hear me now.
Awesome. I'll get to you in a bit. So, Dr. Odofin, I'd like to ask you. Prof mentioned knowledge deficit. He also reiterated the same thing, and he furthered to talk about policy gaps in the implementation phase, particularly. Looking at what the government is doing, the efforts of the government, do you think they are doing enough in a way? What are the policies? Are these policies actually fixing some of these problems that have been raised, in your own opinion, please?
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. I will start by bringing you greetings from the Commissioner for Health, who I'm representing, and due to government, some functions is unable to hear. So, to the question, do I think government is doing enough? Is that the question, if I got it right?
So basically, I want
to fill in the gap.
I want us to run us through some of the things the government is doing to address some of these challenges that have been raised.
Thank you very much. Majorly, to run government takes a lot of capital. And we're talking about dental care, equitable equity in dental care. And I will emphasize that there is actually a lot of gap when you talk about equitable dental care delivery, especially with regards to the underserved. I love one statement Prof made, alluding to the fact that we are all underserved. Because I just calculated the ratio, population of Oyo State as of 2018 was put at approximately 8 million. As of today, we have 26 dentists in the service of Oyo State. In the previous administration, we were 16. If I put UCH to 50, calculating it, we have about one dentist to about 130,000. Now, you need to put into perspective that that population will have increased. So there is a lot of gaps. So what is government doing? I can only speak for Oyo State government. Okay. Now, Oyo State, I want to give kudos to this present administration that is doing so much in health to ensure that the quality and the
bring them to us and we're able to ask our panelists your question. So, I don't think it's that. It's a policy problem.
Yeah,
it's a policy problem. Please. I think we're up. You could continue.
All right. So, what is government doing? I said earlier that governance, as in running a government, is capital. It requires capital when you talk about funding. The Oyo State government recently has been able to get a grant from a foreign country, from the French, running to about $3 billion. And the purpose for that funding is to improve the health sector, basically for the health. And one of the conditions attached is that if it's judiciously used, the French government will not ask for a payback. It's actually a loan, but very minimal interest rate. However, if it is judiciously used, it's not going to be paid back. So that's one of the efforts of the government in making sure that there is adequate fund to, run the health sector. If there is adequate funding, then other things will fall into place. I mentioned earlier the fact that we don't, resources basically, we don't have enough dentists. In the previous administration, we had like 15 dentists. So this present administration employed dentists and other health workers. However, the brain drain is everywhere. Doctors are leaving. All right, for us to be able to ensure that we have enough dentists on ground, the government, made a policy which allows the Hospitals Management Board to be able to replace the newly employed dentists as they leave. So, after some mass exodus last year, they've been able to replace some of those. So that's one of the policies that the government put in place to, to ensure that the gap is breached. Now, health insurance, Oyo State Health Insurance Board, now is a major means by which we could make care affordable and accessible to all around in the states. With the insurance agency, I think it's just to register, you pay a token of 18,000 naira, and that affords you your medical care and dental care. So recently, the Hospitals Management Board made I won't call it, okay, well, they just made it compulsory for all dental centers presently to, key in to be registered under the Oyo State Insurance Care or Insurance Agency so that people can have access to dental care. It has kicked off in some dental centers, but for other dental centers, they are in the registration process. So those are few policies that the government has made to ensure that dental care is accessible to all.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Odofin. We'll get back to you shortly. So, Mr. Abdullahi, can you confirm you can hear me, please? Because I'm getting to you now.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, great. Thank you very much for joining the panel session. So, I understand you have worked with the federal government of Nigeria in terms of achieving a sustainable model of financing for our universal health coverage. Could you please share with us your experience? Would you say that the financing models that the Nigerian government is using at the time is a sustainable one? I mean, do you think those things, those models are actually addressing the challenges, the fundamental issues that affect healthcare, access to healthcare, or healthcare delivery, if I may put it that way? And if you can touch on the dental perspective, I'll really appreciate.
Okay. So I think the federal government has actually made a lot of effort when it comes to funding for healthcare. At least there have been some innovative mechanisms that have been used. By the way, I think I should have started with thank you for having me. It's really great to be in the midst of well-experienced people like this, and I think in the last couple of hours I've learned a lot. But basically, for me, I think the federal government has put in a lot of effort. I don't know if anybody is aware of the Basic Healthcare Program. It's a funding mechanism I worked with for about 3 years, and it was basically bringing in funding for healthcare, but targeted at primary healthcare directly, like it just goes directly to primary healthcare, and that was it. And it was basically to 1% of the consolidated revenue fund directly to primary healthcare. And so that effort is there, but a lot of times when I speak about the Nigerian, what is the issue with the financing in Nigeria, I'll always tell you that ideally policy should inform politics. But in Nigeria, what you have happening is politics informs policy. So the politician goes out during campaign and he tells everybody, I'm providing free healthcare for everybody. And ideally, before you make those kind of pronouncements, you want to sit back and calculate what is the cost of providing free healthcare, because it's technically not free. Somebody has to pay for it. So once you make those pronouncements, it's now left for the policymakers to just navigate and find ways around, because for the BHCPF, that was what happened for the longest of time. Free healthcare had been pronounced to everybody, and then we were left with, oh, okay, this free healthcare now, are we going to concentrate on the poor and vulnerable? Who exactly is the poor and vulnerable? How are we going to address all of this? So most times, I think from the policy bit of it, there's already an issue. And if you don't get your policies into the right place, it's always going to be implementation. Whatever financing you're going to get is always going to run into problems. That is one part of it. Talking about the dental perspective of things, I think one thing that has happened to dental care is that it's been relegated to the background, where there's a lot of evidence to show that dental care is very important, because when you don't take care of that, it leads to other health complications. But what has happened is that even when you do a health insurance today, you often see that dental care has been taken to the background. It's more like they're telling you that they are not providing dental care. I would cite an example with the NHS, NHS in the United Kingdom, which is the health insurance they have there. Practically, a lot of things are free, but when it comes to dental care, that's where they start asking people to pay. And what you're saying technically is that you're telling people that that is not primary, that's not important, it's secondary. So as such, you can do without it. So even in Nigeria today, when you do a health insurance, it's either the dental care is relegated to the background. And then even if it is not relegated to the background and it's even part of the package, you go to the health facilities to access care, and a lot of times you can't find it. It's hard to find this place. And speaking about underserved areas where a lot of them primary health care facilities are what we have available, you go to these facilities and there's nobody that knows how to provide those services. So at the end of the day, the aim is defeated. So it's a truckload of issues. Let me not just go on and on with talking, and I'll just stop here for now.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullahi. So I would like to follow up with you, Professor Denilwe. We've heard Dr. Odofin talk about the policies and some of the things the Oyo State government is putting in place. We've heard Mr. Abdullahi talk about the public health policies financing. So, but it's one thing to make policies and it's another thing to implement those policies. So I'd like to ask, in your opinion, Ma, have you felt the impact of these policies over the years? What would you say? Have you seen changes in the way we provide healthcare to these underserved populations?
Actually, before this program started, I was discussing with my colleagues here down there. And I said, I have been here for quite a number of years. I started teaching 1990. And that same 1990, I had my children, a set of twins. Today they are fathers, so I'm a grandmother. And over the years, if I compare 1990 to 2023, we are still struggling. We are really still struggling. I've been in this dental school for so many years, and it's still a lot of struggle getting things done. You are a student, and you see the way things are being done. They are not getting any better. We are really struggling, and things are not there. Materials are getting every day. They are not available, and those in authority now, if you look at usage, the same. My HOD came to me yesterday complaining about so many things, and we've been drafting letters for some time now, and I kept on saying, keep on writing, keep on writing. There was a time I was head of department, and the CMD then at one meeting said, out of all the people here, I know Dane Loye knows how to write, because I will write and I will attach the previous letter to the new one, and I will attach the previous and the previous to the new one to remind him that I have been writing. And if we have to keep on writing, and nothing comes out, it means things have not changed. And the cost of dental treatment is enormous. It's not covered. Most of the procedures we do are not covered by NHS. And the underserved cannot afford most of these things. From knowledge, even if we bring them down here and we have to treat them, there's nowhere that we can say, okay, these ones will do free for you. This one you will pay half. This one you will pay full. You just have to pay. And it's been like this since at least I started teaching. I joined this institution 1987, but I started teaching 1990. And it's been the same story every day. And I think I'm getting tired. I don't know. She's saying I shouldn't be tired. I'm getting tired because you keep on saying keep on singing the same song, a new song. And you keep on singing the same song, and it seems nobody's listening to the old song. How can you bring in a new song? And it's tough. And again, the facilities are decaying. The chairs are not there. They are not functioning. I feel hot when I look at our institution, and I get scared when I think of accreditation. I really get scared. And there was the time I told my colleagues, don't let us panel beat anything. Leave it open and let them come and fail us. Maybe if they fail us, we'll start from the beginning. Institutions who started from the beginning and they are doing better now. The alumni came to their rescue and they were able to come up. And if we keep on painting and painting and painting, government won't help us. You will think we've passed, but we know we have not passed. We've panel beated a few things. So I said, let us leave it the way it is and let us fail. Well, people will suffer for it, but I think that's the way to go on from now on. We need to leave it the way it is. Let us start from the beginning again and call on not just government. Government can't do this alone. We need the help of alumni. We need the help of private practitioners. We need the help of companies to come and help us. And that is the way I think we should go. By the time we fail, we will be able to sit up and say we're not failing again. We'll go on and keep on passing. At least from my own experience, from my own institution. Some institutions I've been to, they have beautiful setup. It's not that they started with beautiful setup. We also started with a beautiful setup. But there was a time they failed, and they failed their accreditation, and they were able to call on people to come and help them. And they are now looking better than us. And I think that's the way to go. I may be harsh, but that's the way I feel.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof, for that answer. Doctor, we would like to follow up with Dr. Oguderu. We heard Prof talk about that the strive for providing equitable and innovative dental care to the underserved populations is a collective effort. It's not government alone. It's not the tertiary institutions alone. So I'd like to ask, what is the Nigerian private practice doing to address some of these challenges?
I'm sure some of my lecturers would not be surprised that I took Prof's line. And I'll tell you why I said that. I'm going to be very harsh with Ibadan. When I went into private practice, the first set of it came from my practice, I gave a department.
Sorry, hello?
I gave a department in this faculty instruments worth more than 250,000. That's over 10 years ago. Do you understand? At different times, at different processes, the private sector had tried to do collaboration. What has happened? See, the truth of the matter is, if we do not sit down, identify what the exact problems are, and be genuine about what the solutions towards it are, we are not going anywhere. I'll give you an example. We have the Varmint Center, which is supposed to be the flagship for exclusive treatment for those that can afford it. You can do that and do a breakdown such that you can take part of the money to subsidize for the general part and the teaching. There are PPP arrangements with companies that are willing to bring things. There are alumni that I would have loved to come over. We had a program last year, private dental practitioners. I came to Ibadan twice. My GenSec came to Ibadan twice. Ibadan didn't send a representative. So let's be fair and let's tell ourselves the truth. Is it possible for us to have equitable, affordable treatment for the underserved? It's possible. Can the government do it? It's not possible. It has to be a multifaceted, multidimensional investment. She made mention of the fact that the French government is giving you $3 billion or euros for healthcare. Can the government of Nigeria can afford that? Yes, if it is prioritized. But it is not prioritized. Healthcare is not prioritized. And that's why there's a saying in my language, in Yoruba, that says that meaning medication that you don't pay appropriately for, you're not going to use it. So the truth of the matter is, if we look at new methodologies of doing things in collaboration, Dr. Bode Karonwi, one of the famous and prestigious private dental practitioners in Nigeria, Shops Dental, has a constant saying, for dentistry to function in Nigeria, the private sector, the academia, and the government are the tripod stand. they do not collaborate and work together, it ain't going to work. Dr. Adeyemi knows that the National Health Council, what's the ratio of dentists to medical practitioners on that council? Maybe 1 to 18 or 1 to 10, Abi. And when they want to pass law that has to do with dentistry, it's numbers. You put a vote to it. Dr. Sanusi is the registrar of MDCN, but it's just one dentist there. So we need to come together. For example, we can strategize. Ibadan pioneered Igbora Dental. We were the guinea pigs that started Igbora Dental when we were in final year. It could be financed by PPP. You can outsource patient. For example, we are talking about people migrating, brain drain. I don't see it as brain drain. Why? Dr. Adeyemi said that from the law that is being proposed, we want to devolve dental practice such that it gets to the primary care center, and you have maybe per local government, you have dentists there. That's 770 something. Out of how many are in the country? How many are you producing? You see, the solutions have to be holistic. How many dentists are being churned out in Ibadan? How many functional chairs in Ibadan can compete with? Don't let's go to Shops or Smile 360. Come to my clinic in Bagada. I don't think Ibadan has a dental chair that can compete with what I have. Yes. I don't think Ibadan has what Boraz did in Ibadan. She's one of my members, Dr. Oyedino. In a clinic, go to Ring Road. So what I'm saying is this. Some of us, as students in this institution, only saw things in the books. The materials were not there. Robert Dam and all the likes. Dr. Gbadebo was one of those that put our hands to train us with late Dr. Sholanke, Dr. Ajayi, Professor Deloye, and all the likes that taught us. Professor Fashola would come into the class and give us details, but the materials have not been there. It is getting worse because she can sit down and look back, but it hasn't been exactly good. And it's simply because we have not hit the bottom. Except we hit the bottom and recalibrate. This ideal or this idea of pioneer dental school or best is a scam. And the truth of the matter is we need to go back to the books and do collaboration. I have an AGM next week. I'm sorry. Private dental practitioners. For the first time, we have multi-sponsorship from companies. Oh, do you think the companies want to throw their money away? They're looking at the value you are bringing to the table. The teaching hospitals needs to pioneer. The teaching hospital needs to start something to look at how do you use training, teaching to affect the underdeserved. Then those in the private sector, when they see that, they'll put their money there and they'll put it. We had a minister of health in Nigeria that said we had a lot of doctors now that they can even be sewing clothes. Well, I think we can still say that again. Thank you.
Dr. Gudero, thank you very much for So I am actually very encouraged by the passion to see things work, even from the private practice. It's very encouraging. But Dr. Lofin, I want to ask you, as everything boils down to what the government is actually doing. I mean, Prof already shared with us what has been over the years of our practice. Things seem not to have changed really much. The same problems that have always existed is the same problem we are still facing with at the time. The private practice is also saying that it appears the government is not collaborating enough. I guess that is like the bulk of the things he said. The government is not doing enough to collaborate with private practice to reach the underserved population. What is the government doing?
Thank you very much. The government is doing what it can to bridge the gap. I forgot to mention earlier, in the interiors, forget that, okay, all of us are underserved. If it's like this in the urban center, how is it like when you go to the rural areas? That your state has 3 local governments, and we have how many dental centers? We have 10 dental centers. There is just a recent addition, so we have 10. So that is to tell you that the government is also actually doing more to open up, to get more dental centers. You get. Now, in between, most of those dental centers are actually in the urban center. So what happens in the rural area? This present administration has been embarking on outreaches, medical outreaches. And initially when it kicked off, dental was not part, but of course, after I think the second one, dental was included. So they go to all these local governments. They go around as far as the border towns to, other states that you have to travel 7 hours before you can get access to a dentist. So the government is doing that every quarter so that those, and we see a lot of dental patients. We carry out treatments, we do S&P, we do extractions. I am of the opinion that if everyone can at least do a scaling and polishing, that will reduce the burden of the oral health, disease that we have. So the government is also collaborating with individuals and NGOs. We collaborated with some people and they built, in Shaki now, a family came and built offices, the dental center, part of dental center, so that it can expand. So government has actually been collaborating with NGOs, and recently there is a collaboration between UCH and Oyo State Hospitals Management Board. Presently, we are not so proud of it. I can say we only have one dental consultant, let me say two now, because one of our dental officers just passed the part 2 recently. So we have 2 consultants in Oyo State, dental consultants. So the collaboration, in order to be able to bridge that gap, the collaboration between Oyo State and consultants in UCH. So we have UCH consultants, dental consultant, and other medical consultant who visit the dental centers across the state, to offer services. This is part of what, so the government is actually doing the collaboration.
Thank you very much. I was still going to get back to you in a short while. But Mr. Abdullahi, I'm going to ask you now. I hope you're with us.
Yes,
Good.
I'm here.
So I understand you're currently working with the government of Eswatini, right? Working with the Clinton Initiative to serve the government of Eswatini. But I also understand you had quite a number of your trainings in the UK, and you already alluded to the fact that it appears there are also challenges with dental services delivery in that same country. Looking at the kind of experience you have in terms of policy making, what are the fixes that you would recommend? You also listen to other panelists on the problems they've highlighted. What would be your recommendation to the Nigerian government, to the private practice practitioners, to those institutions, and everyone? What can we do to change the story?
So I think from my experience working in Eswatini, that's formerly Swaziland, and then schooling in the UK, and also my work with the Nigerian government, there is no perfect health system. Every health system has its peculiarities and its issues, whether you're talking about it from funding, access to care, and different things. But for dental care, I think it's quite enormous. Like when you talk about it from access, because one, the access to is already, the general population already has, there's a problem with that access to care, where even people in urban areas do not really have easy access to it. There's not enough funding for it. The policies are not even really there like that, because I think Dr. Tokbe in his very insightful presentation spoke about how they are still in the process of the whole oral health policy, and policy making in Nigeria takes a long time because you have different stakeholders you have to engage. But off of my head, I think some of the things I can think about, especially speaking about underserved area, looking at we do not have access to some of this care. First is fixing the issue of even having some sort of tax shifting available, because training a dentist takes a lot of time. It's not something that you can just do with a flip of a finger. But there's something in Nigeria that has been done called tax shifting, where community health workers are trained on how to deliver babies, because we have unavailability of nurses and midwives. So I think there are some basic dental care, especially the ones that center around preventive services, that we can transfer those capacity to those people so that at that level, at that primary level of care, they can be able to do some of these things. Because I believe if we put those preventive services in place, it would even prevent some other complications that might happen. I'm also of the opinion that we can have mobile dental clinics where we might not necessarily have a dental clinic seated in one place, but we can have these clinics, these mobile cars move around from place to place to just assess care, see people, refer them if it's a complicated case, but that would be a starting point. But another biggest of our problem, the issue about brain drain, because that has remained like a huge problem to Nigeria and a lot of developing countries. It's because at the end of the day, a lot of the people that choose to stay, it's altruism. They are doing it out of, oh, I just have interest for this, because the pay does not make any sense at all. So one, there has to be improvement, because if you do not improve the compensation, believe me, people will continue. They would leave until you're left with nobody, or until you're left with a lot of people in the private sector, where a lot of people in the underserved area would not be able to even go to, because they do not have the money to go to those places. So I believe there's need to incentivize dentists properly. There's also need to incentivize people that are working in underserved areas, because a lot of people prefer not to even work in those areas at all. There's need for policies. There's need for where in the era of telemedicine, teledentistry, there needs to be a lot of work into that, even though there's even the issue of internet connectivity and even having the infrastructure required for that. But I always feel like we can always start. There's always a starting point. There are best practices across the world that we can leverage. It's just tailoring it down to our local context. So I just believe that there are a lot of ideas out there. There are a lot of initiatives that can be done. But at the end of the day, if there is no political will by government to want to address the issues or to want to ensure that the underserved have access to all of this care, there's nothing that can be done that will fix all of this problem. Because at the end of the day, government is supposed to have the bigger picture. Every single thing that's done is supposed to fit into this big picture. So until we have that big picture of what exactly we want to do, every other thing we're going to do, I just feel like it's going to be a waste of time. Whether we're trying to address the issues of training institutions not having the required resources they need, or looking at how to address the issues of getting understaffed people to access all of this. I feel like we need that big picture, and that is what is always missing in government. Everyone will just come and do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullahi. Can you confirm you can hear me at the time?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, we lost you for a lot of time. We lost you.
I'm so sorry. And I just kept talking and talking.
It happens with this, Zoom virtual thing.
Yes.
We'll get back to you in a while. Most of it, but I would like to come back and talk to us about before then, Dr. Ogundere was the private practice in terms of affordability. So we'd like him to just continue for
so
then after that you come in.
So there are models I feel if we are genuinely interested to work. The model Dr. Odofin mentioned about that consultants in usage now go to Oyo State had been proposed a long time ago to Oyo State. Thank God it's happening now, but it could be more robust. That is, Oyo State has 33 local governments. And what it means is that if you assign from registrar level to consultant, maybe a day in a week they go to different areas, then have a partnership with those in private sector such that you can link them together. You have maybe a PPP arrangement, you can net off tax for those that are paying those taxes, maybe in the private sector, that you can have a way to calculate the number of undeserved people that will come there, make it formal. See, the truth is, are we willing to make it work? Because one of the biggest problems we have is about sound bites. We can from now talk from now till tomorrow about things we want to happen, but are we really interested in doing that? Because see, the bulk of the economic drive for any nation is in the private sector. You have to look at it. In our own case, we have less than double-digit percentage of Nigerians that are paying tax.
So when you expect government to pick up that burden, it's not possible, considering the skewness of the government we have. So I feel from what Prof said, if the academia charts a way forward for us, where the three legs can come at the center and work together, such that, like my association wrote to LASUT, we are supposed to have a program where the clinical students come for observership in the private clinics. They will accredit private clinics. For example, UCH can decide to look at its catchment area, or your state, maybe another state together. Then you accredit some dental clinics that you feel they are capable or they are sufficient to do this. Then maybe when UADS does like Code, they go out and they can serve people that they cannot reach or afford it. Because for me, affordability is relative. I run a private practice. I know how much it costs me to run diesel. Look at what just happened now. There's no way I'm going to have a patient on my chair and my light will go off and I won't sort it out. The patient is going to walk out because my business is in danger. So until we look at the critical parts and critical components, the first time I came to Ibadan after a very long time, I was stunned. Why? Because while I was a student, we had central compressor system. But what happened? It's not the fault of the doctors that are in UCH, but it's a policy thing. I kept hearing sounds on the corridor and everything. Oh, you don't think he has a psychological problem, a mental issue with both operators and everything? Conduction deafness is possible and some other things. Do you understand? Those are things we need to look at, the multi-layered problems, and find homegrown solutions. We shouldn't just harvest anything from UK or Canada and bring it here and think it's going to work.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Ogudero. So, Mr. Abdullah, can you hear me now, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So I'll give you 2 minutes to please come back again with those things you mentioned while we lost you. So we'd like you to answer that question again next. Thank you.
Okay. I think what I started speaking about earlier was about, yes, with my experience working with the government of Eswatini, which is formerly Swaziland, and government of Nigeria, and also schooling in the UK. One thing I've come to identify is that there's no perfect health system. When you talk about it from either the financing or how the providers provide care, there are always going to be issues at the end of the day. But the difference is the political will, because I feel there needs to be a political will. There needs to be that big picture of this is exactly what I want. This is how I want to address. These are the issues my underserved face, and this is how I intend to address those issues. I feel like a lot of times in a lot of developing countries, that big picture is always missing. What you have happening is everybody doing their things haphazardly. Stakeholders are not aligned. People don't come together to even think through how do we address these issues together. Once you have a regime change, a new person is coming with their new policies. The policies that have been there existing is null and void. That political will is just lacking. But off of my head, I think some of the things I think can be done to address some of the systemic barriers that exist for to ensure that the underserved have access to care. I don't know, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you this time.
Okay, some of them is, one, there's the issue of transport, access to care, where a lot of people in the underserved areas do not have access to. They can't travel far to these places because when you check out in the whole state, how many dental clinics do you have? A lot of times they are not plenty. So I would think, I know Dr. Tokbe Adeyemi spoke about including primary health care, including dental care, into primary health care. I think that's the first step. At least I know there are over 15,000, if not 20,000. Ensuring that dental care can be provided at those level of care is a good starting point. But just including it is not enough. There's the part around, do you have people with the skill that would be able to provide these services? And that's where tax shifting comes to play, because I am very sure in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we would not be able to produce the dental practitioners that we need. So there might be the need for us to leverage tax shifting, where existing community health workers are trained on how to provide certain procedures, especially that centers around preventive care. Because I'm very sure once you have your preventive care services in order, it will prevent a lot of other complications from happening. There's also the part around mobile dental clinics. I know it will not be feasible to have these dental clinics everywhere. You can have mobile vans that can be able to go to schools or go to different communities, especially hard to reach communities, to provide these services. So on a Monday or on a Tuesday, a community is sure that a van is going to come and just look through patients and provide this care. There's teledentistry, which telemedicine is still in its infant stage in Nigeria, but I also feel it can be explored. It's worked in other countries, but as one of my able panelists see, we cannot just go and copy what's happening in Canada and in the UK. We have to look at the feasibility of, can it be done in Nigeria, and how can we tailor it to our complications and different things that exist. But beyond that, I also feel like there needs to be partnerships. I know the prof spoke about how they are facing these issues. I'm very sure similar schools are facing the same issues. I feel like all of these schools can come together, because when you work as a group and you have all of the stakeholders aligned, it's easy to even engage government, which is not that easy. I haven't worked with government a lot of times, but I feel like when you have these numbers all together and you are aligned, I think it's easier to engage these people. And I think cultural sensitivity, especially for places like northern Nigeria, I am from the north, by the way, and I know the complexities around that, the level of education and a lot of different things. It's a whole lot of different problem. And when you disaggregate this 1 to 43,000 that we spoke about, that Dr. Thomas spoke about, I'm very sure northern Nigeria will be far off from this figure. So there's just a lot of things that needs to be done. But at the end of the day, I still feel like we need to have that big picture, and every single thing we do has to fit into it. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes. No.
So we'll be wrapping up this panel session very soon. We'd like to ask one final question to you, Professor Denry. So we all know that we have a new government waiting to be inaugurated in a few days. So we've highlighted all the challenges and want to ask, what is the way forward? What would be your recommendation to the coming government that will be inaugurated in a few days?
Oh, you have another question? Okay. To be able to give an advice to the incoming government, like was suggested just now by Mr. Abdullahi, I think we all have to come together to highlight what are the things we need. And the most important thing I think we need is making health a priority, not just oral health, but health generally. Oral health is important, as we all know, because the oral health and general health, they go together. So it's important that they prioritize health. And if they prioritize health, they'll be able to upgrade our hospitals, and it will prevent them from going out to other hospitals outside the country. The president right now is undergoing some dental treatment. I can't blame him. Sometimes when you have dental pain, you can't wait till tomorrow to have it treated. So most likely he's in pain, and that is why he's having his treatment in UK. So I want to cover him up with that. But if our hospitals are well-to-do and they are up there, we won't be looking for kidney transplantation outside Nigeria. So the key thing for the government is to please look inwards and see how they can upgrade our university. He mentioned something about community health officers. I was involved in their training for so many years, and I was giving them lectures on oral health, and their main function is actually preventive. But unfortunately, from what I've been hearing, many of them, well, their main function is to work in the community and do a lot of preventive work, but they pose as doctors, and they are turning things upside down. I didn't teach them about extraction. I told them that if so and so happens, refer, and that is preventive. But I learned that they are under
Who that person hear me? Is it me or?
But of course, some are saying it tramples on human rights and all of those things. So I'm going to allow you each to comment. But just before that, I would like to have Dr. Ibiem, would like to have your opinion on this debate. I've been asked to allow you 2 minutes to tell us what you think about this. All right, sorry, Dr. Mr. All right, thank you very much. So, we would like to your opinion on this, that equitable and innovative dental services delivery to the underserved community.
Yeah, thank you, the moderator and members of this panel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak as a community dentist. And if we want to look at this issue, it would be nice to give a brief summary of the strategy and direction in which to look at this issue, which I believe the panelists have mentioned. But let me just summarize and then tease out some important elements of providing services to underserved community and using my own experience as somebody whose main focus in the field of dentistry is providing services, oral health services, to disadvantaged community. When we look at the community, we look at all stakeholders. We look at the individuals, we look at families, we look at societies, we look at the oral health care practitioners, we look at institutions. And by the time you look at institutions, you'll be looking at public institutions, then you'll be looking at private institutions, and I believe that's where one of the panelists, fits into. Then you'll be looking at government, because from what Prof said, a lot of focus has been on government. But from the summary that I've given, we can see it's all of us. And when we look at, we take them one-on-one, individuals, we talk about lack of funds and blah, 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 those challenges of people as an individual assessing healthcare, people as a family assessing healthcare, and even the society as a whole. And for us as oral healthcare practitioners, we also have a role. And if we look at the topic says innovative ideas. There are several innovative ideas that we teach students, or several innovative ideas that WHO has recommended. And one of it is the basic package of oral care, that if you provide oral health services in disadvantaged community, WHO has a package that you can use to deliver it. In that package, one very important thing was mentioned, which causes a lot of friction amongst dentists, not between. And that important thing is, where there is no doctor, why don't you train other low-level health workers to provide some level of care? But a lot of our colleagues will say, no, if you do so in Nigeria, fine, they will become dentists and all that. Yes, we all say yes. We all agree with them. And that's why WHO recommended it. But WHO now has said that it should be adopted based on countries' exigencies and those factors that colleagues used to mention, that when you train them, they will be going beyond the boundary. And that has made it very difficult for us to really train this level of healthcare workers to say when we are not there, you do it. But it is very nice to mention that we have such a package to use in the delivery of oral care. And the discussants mentioned oral policy. There are a lot of health policy, even oral healthcare policy. I don't know when the president, sorry I came a bit late, I believe when he was delivering his lecture, he mentioned some of the oral health policies that we have. We have oral health policies that have captured all of this. And we have even the health policies, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agencies. They have their policies for providing healthcare to underserved. But the problem we have in Nigeria is what we all know, is implementation. Implement and monitor and evaluate, so that when you evaluate, you come back again to say, okay, these are deficiencies and all of that. So we have all of those things, but basically, some of them too, we healthcare practitioners, we really don't, we have our reasons for not wanting to go to underserved communities. And I'm happy Dr. Oguderu mentioned something, working with private people to deliver healthcare to them is a very good model done in several countries. He mentioned one very interesting one that was involved in last week in Lagos. The discussion was very hot about getting private people involved in the training of students, getting the general practitioners in training students, in getting them, exposed to the care that they're supposed to give majority of people. Yes, in Australia, some very big countries, people come to GP centers to, students come there. And we in Ibadan, well, maybe it's time to start looking at that. We have discussed it in the past, but how to put action into what we say has been very, very challenging. So I think it's a good opportunity to add all of this. And I believe students have been able to gain from some of the things that we have discussed here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, we have. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibimi, for your enlightening contribution to this topic. So now we'd like to go back to the question that my colleague asked. Our opinion in 1 minute, our opinion on the bill about to be passed in the House of Reps about retaining doctors and dentists for 5 years before they are allowed to practice abroad. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Abdullahi. And please add your closing remarks to it as well in 1 minute. Thank you.
The thing about that law is that it's a very funny law. Looking at a lot of the people pushing that law were people that went to school free of charge, being paid by government, and it's just funny to watch them do that. But for me, I think if you put that law, if you say it's 10 years, 5 years, people are going to leave so far as the compensation you're going to pay them is not going to be enough. That is pure economics. People have minimum income they expect to earn from a certain kind of job. And if you're not going to pay them that, they will leave. There's nothing you can do stopping. Except if you want, it's a democracy, except if you want to put guns to their head and you want to do all of that. For me, and it still remains, government needs to invest more in our training institutions and make them more autonomous to the point that they can generate their own money and they can do their thing on their own. Secondly, better salaries. Until salaries are better, there's nothing that can be done with this. So for me, pay better salary, more investment in schools and more investment in research, and we're good to go. It's very simple. To finally just close my closing statement, it's dental care is very important. There are a lot of research has shown that if proper dental care is not put in place, it can lead to several and a lot of many health conditions. More health complications, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would close this by saying we need to have a bigger picture of exactly how we want to address the underserved. And the prof that just finished speaking spoke about WHO has a guiding document. WHO has a lot of documents, like you can just carry it and they've done the work for everybody. You can just carry it and fit it into your context and see what can work in your context. So it's more like somebody has already done a large chunk of the thinking for you. And these are not just outside of the box. These are things that have been proven and shown to work. So I feel like it's just leveraging all of those things and ensuring that these underserved people have access to this kind of care. Healthcare should not be a luxury. It should be a necessity, that it should not be about how much you have to pay or how much you need. It should be based on your need, not based on how much, not based on how much you have, but based on your health needs. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Concerning the bill, for me, I think it's dead on arrival because it's going to have like a chain reaction. When you insist that 5 years, so what happens to the act that established Medical and Dental Council that doctors should collect their certificate as permanent doctors after how many years? 1 or 2 years? What's going to become of that? Then secondly, you have a lot of dentists around that are not willing to practice, and a lot of medical doctors. Like he said, are you going to put a gun on their heads? So even if the president eventually assents to it, which I doubt, it's not going to serve the purpose. See, I think the problem basically is a knee-jerk reaction. Somebody just joked now that our president started with ear problem and is having dental problem now. You understand? So most likely the person sponsoring the bill had a medical, in quote, experience. I listened to his interview and he started adducing all sorts of reasons on why he felt that was good. What we need is an introspection. I'll restrict my summary to dentistry. The introspection means that the three now the three standing points of dentistry: private, academia, and the public sector needs to together. Okay, Dr. BME assigned non-dentists. At the time, give the non-dentist or the non-medical doctor the underserved, the physically challenged, and all the issues. We are never holistic. It's always about knee-jerk. Somebody comes up, he has sound bites, he speaks into the air, and that is all. We are not training enough health workers. We are trying to gag those that are in the sector and in the system. For those that are in the system that are training to come out, outside waits for you. Come and join us. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Okunjofe.
Thank you, Brain Drain. And what's this movement of doctors, not limited to the junior doctors? Yes, he's here. He just entered my phone and listed the different specialties. So if the bill is in a bid to stem brain drain, then we have gotten it wrong. Because people move at all stages. Now, put a bill in place. A newly graduated doctor, give them a car, give them maybe 2-bedroom apartments that they have to pay for over maybe like 5 years. Now, come and tell me if they will not stay. Improve the welfare package. Basically, what people are looking for is a good life. Improve the standard of living, improve their salaries, improve doctors' A lot of people, if their salaries are increased by maybe 200,000 or 150,000, they won't jackpot. So I think government should not, no, government has not ascended to the bill. I think people should understand that what we need at a time like this is an improved welfare package. And we should concentrate more on training. Oh, we want many doctors, then train. Okay, to train one dentist, very expensive. Okay, so what does that translate? There should be improved funding of the education system, of our dental schools. So we should not get it wrong. Okay, in conclusion, representing the government, I want to say government cannot do it all. Yes, so I want to say that the community, NGOs, private sector really need to collaborate with government so that the little government is able to do, we actually, achieve a lot. Government also, we need to prioritize. And I want to encourage us as dentists, please, wherever you find yourself, do not keep quiet. What do I mean? Do not be lackadaisical. Do not be, they should be doing it, I'm here. Because really, when we should strive to be present at every point. If they are making a policy that will affect the dental profession, if we have only one dentist and they are going to put it to vote, what do you think? Of course, you can't win that vote. So we need to do more. And also, we are talking about government prioritizing. If you, as a dental professional, you don't speak out, you don't make government understand that this is the need, then it's not important to you. Let me tell you, government, we're just talking about government. Who is the government? We are the government. Government will only remember what you want government to remember. If you don't talk about your need, government will not talk about his need. Will not come and answer, sort your needs for you. Maternal mortality, you know how they are making noise about it. Okay, why are we not making noise about dental caries? Why are we not making noise about early childhood caries? At Dugbe Dental Center, mommy, in recent times, almost every week, we see at least 3 early childhood caries. At least. So why are we not making this noise? If you don't talk, then it's not important to you. Then it will not be important to government. It's a chain reaction. So please, I want to talk to us, young dentists in the house. Don't just keep quiet. Let your voice be heard. Be passionate about this dentistry that you have sworn to that, okay, this is my lifetime profession. That's how you get things done. My elders here, sorry, man. So if it's important to you, then it will be important to the government. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think they've said it all. The bill came as a joke. It's a real joke. Because people leaving the system is not just starting. In the 90s, we had a heavy brain drain. Our senior colleagues traveled out of the country to Saudi to make money. If you remember very well, we lost all our lecturers, all our senior colleagues, they all went out. So telling the younger ones to stay back for 5 years is punishment. They can only stay back if the facilities are improved upon. They want to improve on what they have learned. We will teach you basic things, then you are supposed to build on it. You make them stay back, the hospitals are still the same, you are not employing them. If not for this brain drain, they were not employing residents. We didn't have residents for so many years because they kept on saying there is no space, there is no space. Now that all the residents traveled, they started employing. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, we had an influx of residents in all the departments. So it's a joke. And whatever happens, you can't keep people. People are meant to move. They will move. They will find another way of moving. And it will be unfair to say no certificate or no license after 5 years. So how will they practice? You are supposed to understudy as house officer, after which you get your license. So what will they call them? They are going to create a big mess in the whole country if they keep them for 5 years. And to summarize on what we have said, the less privileged, they will always be there. They will always be there. And like Dr. Ogundero said, we need to work on that tripod. The academia, the private, the government, we all have to come together to find a way to meet. In the hospital, like in UCHI, we are doing a lot of work with community health, going to the community. There is a community they go to with students, Igbora, and they do a lot of community work, talking. I, as a person, I don't keep quiet. I speak in my church. Any gathering I'm ready to give a talk, and I have been invited. It's not to collect money. It's not for money, nothing at all. But I keep on saying, I'm interested. I want to talk about my profession. And when I go, although I treat children, I can talk to mothers, I can talk to grandmothers, I can talk to young ladies who are going to be mothers. So I do a lot of health talk everywhere I find myself. I do a lot of it. And it has improved the knowledge of those in the community. It may not be much as one person, but once we all do that to anywhere we find ourselves, to talk about our profession, to talk about how to prevent some of these things, we will meet the less privileged needs, and we can prevent, because we shouldn't wait until they have problems before we treat them. Prevention, we all know, is better than cure. So if we're able to talk to them on how to prevent some of these things, then we have met their needs. They will always be there. And like we know, the cost of these things will not come down. In Nigeria, whatever goes up stays up and continues to go up. But we can do a lot of health talk to prevent the inception of most of these conditions, and they may not need to come for treatment. And like we have said, we need a tripod to stand on to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Together to appreciate our panelists. I would like to appreciate our panelists for coming around. Mr. Abdullahi, Public Health Financing Specialist, thank you so much for joining us for this panel session. We appreciate you. We want to also appreciate Mr. Dr. Ogunderu, who is president of private practitioners of Association of Dentists in Nigeria. Thank you so much for coming around. Dr. Odofin, thank you so much for making our time to join us for this panel session. The head of Dugbe Dental Center. Thank you so much, ma. And a very wonderful prof, the professor of pediatric dentistry. Thank you so much for coming around. So we have now come to the end of this panel session. We also like to thank all of you for taking out your time to listen, and we believe you're all motivated to go back and do your bits to ensure that dentistry progresses. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate the panelists and the moderators again as they return to their seats. Thank you very much, Saz and Maz, for that. I think that was a very open and insightful session. We think so, right? Right? Amazing. So before we go on, I'd just like to recognize the presence of a few people, starting with Dr. Timothy Aladelusi, a consultant oral and maxillofacial surgery in UCH. I believe himself and Dr. Ibiemi were past UADS presidents, so please, you can celebrate them all. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I also like to recognize the presence of Ms. Toby Peters as the president of Nigerian Medical Laboratory Science Students Association. Thank you very much for joining us. And lastly, Mr. David Salami, the chairman, Alexander Brown Hall. All right, so now we'll be having the second round of the raffle. All right, I also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Mrs. Ibiemi once again, please. And finally again, Dr. Onkwacha, consultant, orthodontics, UCH. Thank you very much for joining us, Ma. So now we'll be having the second round of the raffle draw. Please take a deep breath and welcome with me, Dr. Shakira Badiwo. Please, you can do better.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I'm sure we have all enjoyed the program today. So it's nice to be here to coordinate the second round of the raffle draw. As I go on, senior colleagues around to pick numbers, and maybe I should. The raffle draw, we are going to have some gifts out to the number of people that we're going to call. We have about 6, right? I believe. Okay, and we'll be giving out packets of toothpaste. So the first, and some other things. Okay. So the first one, I think I'll take it down. The first round, it was on the high table. So on this side of the table now, take it to Dr. Ibiyemi Mr. to help us pick the first one. Okay, so number 240, I hope the person is here. If you are not, you are beautiful. Please give him a round of applause. That's nice. Your name?
All right, so my name is Additional Oluwaseyi. I'm from dentistry. 400 level.
Congratulations. Okay. The next one is going to be a crate of eggs. Please. Also, don't worry. Once we pick that number, the person will meet Dr. Praise here. Can we take it to Dr. Aladelusi? Please help us pick one number there. The representative. Number 223. Number 223. Aki. Another one, please. Since the person is not here. Please. Why are you doing it? Number 238. Again. Woo! Beautiful. That's beautiful. Congratulations.
My name is Zade Fokwe Kayode, dentistry 200 level.
Just call me. The next is 3,000 naira.
Okay. Okay. And the next, you can see, in fact, things are really moving here. Lots of gifts to be won. The next one is 3,000 naira. The representative of nursing that came around, where is the person? The president. The nursing president. Please help us pick one. Thank you. Thank you. Number 87. Number 87. 87. You have 86? Sorry. Oh. Another one, please. Number 51. Woo! Is this Ojoro or what? That is really nice. Nursing student wonders, right? Beautiful.
My name is Oguyebo Ezekiel from Perioperative Nursing School.
So, congratulations. Thank you. Another pack of toothpaste sponsored by GSK. Didi. Okay. Didi has me. Dr. Odofi. Yes. Thank you. Any other one? Which one is this one? Okay, number 96. Number 96. Pack of toothpaste. Going. Dr. Duffy, please, another one. Thank you. E69. That's true, Sha. Number 218. We must have that. 218. 218. Oh. Wow. 1-1. 11. There must be somebody. Number 11. There must be somebody. Lucky number 11. Should we change it from Dr. Olofin? Oh yeah, please. Is there pack of toothbrush? They should give. Somebody has to come out. Oh. This pack of toothpaste has to go out. And you must brush by force by fire. Number 36. No, number 36. Beautiful. Please come out. Are you sure? It's not 63. Okay, 36. Thank you. Okay. Your name?
My name is Daniel, MLS 400 level.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Dr. Nkochayo is going to help us pick the next one. She's the present president, NDA Oyo State. Chairperson, sorry. Thank you. Shake it well. After that. Okay. Number 243. Number 243. Anyone with number 243 are? I was not given any number. I wish. Oh, yeah. Let's be fast with it. Number 81. To me, say. Who missed it again? No, 81. Sure. Number 10. Numero 10. Woo! No! No! Ojoro, we will not give you. No, please, let you have it. Please, no. Please come. He is the organizer. He is the president, UADS. Yes, you have the number 10, but that number 10, bring it, please. We are going to pick for somebody. Sorry. And dash it off to someone. 88, please. Woo! Beautiful. Thank you, Dr. Showaye. Yes. So he's going to hand over his gift to you. Okay, number 88. Your name, please.
I'm Akitunde Vivian from School of Cooperativeness.
Beautiful. You're welcome. So, thank you. Thank you so much. No, it's not the last one, but the one before the last, according to Prince. His dinner ticket. This ticket is worth how much? 6,000 naira, and it's going to be fantabulous. Please, who is going to pick that? My mommy, please help us. What did you say? Wow. A serious wow. Can anybody guess? Number 2. Oh. What a pity. Mr. Peter has fallen into the pit. But this ticket has to go. If not, I'll be the one to take it. This is my favor some people. I hope it's not more than, or it's not less than number 91. Beautiful. Beautiful. She can come with a partner. Sorry, the ticket admits only one. No. Or you can buy for the partner. Thank you. Where's the ticket? Your name?
My name is Akeju Elizabeth. Akeju Elizabeth. Physiotherapy, 500 level.
Your ticket, please. Thank you. And the last one is a gift of 5,000 naira. Who's going to pick it? The dean. Please, our Oga, the dean of Faculty of Dentistry is going to pick that for us. Oga, you pick. Hey, Wobe. Sir. There must be somebody for this. Number 242. 242, yes. Woo! Beautiful. Who is that? 242. Wow. And I'm happy. I'm happy. Yeah? I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm just so happy is a dental student that got it. Congratulations. Your name?
My name is Oyetunji Fabode, 600 level dental student.
That's your account number. Account details. So with this, I think we've come to the end of the raffle draw. Thank you so much. A round of applause for everyone.
A round of applause for Dr. Gbadebo, please. A round of applause for Dr. Gbadebo. You don't know, maybe she wants to give us extra. You don't know. So at our movie night, I've been informed that our movie night, you can win a lot more prizes. That's on Thursday, right? Yes, so come one, come all. You're awake. Yeah. Right about now, I'll be inviting the president for the presentation of awards, Mr. Victor Shumoye.
I would like to appreciate all our speakers and the Dean, the Sub-Dean for gracing this occasion. So now I will invite the Dean to come and present the awards to the speakers, sir. Present awards to the speakers. How many awards? 5, sir. Should have done this, sir. I would like to invite our keynote speaker to the front, Dr. Tokpe Adeyemi. He is the current of Nigerian Dental Association.
On behalf of the Unibadan Association of Dental Students, we hereby present you with this gift. Thank you very much for making time out to come.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving on, I would like to invite Professor Obafunke Dinloye to receive our award.
My Ogama, on behalf of the Unibadan Association of Dental Students, we hereby present you with this gift. Thank you for your role in this conference.
Thank you very much, Ma. I would like to invite Dr. Afolabi Ogunderu to receive his award. He's the current president of Association of Private Dental Practitioners in Nigeria.
Okay, it's back. So on behalf of the Unibadan Association of Dental Students, I hereby present you with this gift. Thank you for making time out to do that.
So if you want to venture into private practice, you know the person to see. Moving on, I would like to invite Dr. Adeshola Odofin to receive our award.
Yes, on behalf of the Ibadan Association of Dental Students, we want to extend this hand of love to you by presenting you with this gift. Thank you for making time out.
Thank you very much, Ma. And last but not the least, I would like to invite the symposium chairman to accept the award for Mr. Mohammed Hawal.
So on behalf of the Unibadua Association of Dental Students, I present this gift to you for your role at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate your contribution, sir. Thank you.
So let's celebrate Professor Kolode again. All right, so lastly, we would like to invite the chairman of this symposium to give his closing remarks. So please let's make welcome Mr. Praise Okonola. Please let's celebrate Mr. Praise Okonola.
Standing on existing protocols, I am honored to stand before you today as the head of the planning committee for the 41st Health Week of the Unibadua Association of Dental Students. It gives me great pleasure to have witnessed the successful culmination of this year's event, themed Health Sector Governance, a Dentist's Perspective. Firstly, I would like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to our keynote speaker, Dr. to share his extensive knowledge and experiences with us. Your insights have opened our eyes to the intricacies and complexities of health sector governance as it relates to dentistry. Your passion for excellence and commitment to the dental profession is truly inspiring. To our esteemed panelists, I am grateful for your thoughtful contributions to the symposium. Your perspectives on the challenges facing the dental profession and the importance of innovation and equity in achieving optimal dental care have given us much food for thought. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I would also like to thank our sponsors, namely Day Dental Specialist Clinic, Toast Dental Clinic, Blanche Dental Clinic, Topaz Clinic, Team Tutors, and every other person who has made this event possible. Here's a quick one about Team Tutors. Team Tutors Ibadan is a tutorial center owned by a dental student that helps students ace their UTME and post-UTME examinations to secure admission into their dream universities. They can boast of a robust track record with experienced tutors in respective fields. They also have accommodation arrangements for distant students. The registration for post-UTME classes that will kick off 5th June 2023, and the registration is in progress. The ushers are currently distributing the flyers for that. The support and generosity of all our sponsors have enabled us to provide a platform for knowledge sharing and learning for our members. We appreciate your partnership and look forward to a continued fruitful collaboration. To our consultants, teachers, and to all the students who attended this event, both physically and online, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your participation. Your enthusiasm and active engagement have made this event a resounding success. Your contributions to the discussions and the quality of the questions asked have demonstrated your commitment to the dental profession. As we conclude this year's Health Week Symposium, I want to reiterate that our commitments to dental health and governance must remain unwavering. Let us continue to work together to ensure that dental care is accessible and affordable to all, regardless of their socio-economic status. Let us advocate for policies that promote the well-being of dental professionals and patients alike. In closing, I want to say that I am honored to have led the team that organized this event. I sincerely appreciate every member of the team for their contribution towards the success of this event. If you are a member of the symposium committee, can you please rise? Ladies and gentlemen, can you please applaud them, please? Thank you very much for your contribution. I hope that the knowledge shared during this symposium will inspire us to take the necessary steps towards improving dental health care governance. I remain your perfect gentleman. Praise Okunola. Thank you.
Please let's put our hands together for the chairman of this occasion. It's not an easy thing to plan an event. So we have come to the end of the symposium. And as we all know, we are going into the oratory and debate session. However, we are going to end the symposium by singing the second stanza of the national anthem. So please can we rise? Thank you very much. I'll invite Ms. Bola Titomayimbo for the debate and oratory session. Thank you very much for joining the symposium.
Good afternoon to our esteemed guests and teachers. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tito Mayungbo, and I am the moderator for the second part of today's program, which is the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition. Thank you. So for those that were with us last year, we know that this is the second edition of the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition. And how the competition basically goes is that there are two segments, the oratory segment and then the debate segment. So today we're going to start with the debate segment. But before we go into that, I'm going to invite the judges forward to, sit here, please. So please, as I call you, please stand up and move forward to the center and front. Mr. Olaiton Adeshino. Mr. Olawuyi Juwon. Miss Aisha Yusuf. Thank you very much. So, as we all know, we can't have a competition without judges and rules, and we can't have a debate competition without judges, rules, and timers. So the person that's going to be timing today's event is Miss Timothy Eunice. Please, can you also move forward? Thank you very much. So I'm going to be asking Mr. Olaiton Adeshino to give us the rules for today's event. Please, I'm going to call upon Miss DK Emanuela, the head of the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition, to give us a brief talk before we start.
I welcome us all to this event. Good afternoon, Ma, Professor Denloye. Thank you so much for being here today, Ma. Really appreciate you. She's the sponsor of this event, a very generous. She's the reason why we're having it today. So we'll be going right into it. I thank you all for being here. Let's just wait behind for the competition. Thank you very much.
Okay, so again, I would like to call upon Mr. Olaiton Adeshino to tell us the criteria that is necessary to judge the people that are going to be speaking today. As we all know, for every debate competition, the speakers are judged based on their dressing, how they keep to time, the points that they give and all of that. So Mr. Olaiton Adeshino, please, are you ready for us?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so for today's competition, we're having two events. There's a debate and and oratory competition. For the debate, it's going to be between Faculty of Dentistry and Faculty of Science. And the topic is primary healthcare or tertiary, which should Nigeria prioritize? And for that debate, we are going to be judging based on the content of the speech. The delivery content will carry 30 points, delivery 20 points, structure and organization of the speech 15 points, clarity of argument and persuasiveness 15 points, refutation 10 points, and the dressing of the speaker 5 points. Then there's 5 points for time management with a 15-second grace. That means for first speaker from each faculty, you get 5 minutes to talk, and you can only speak between 15 seconds less than 5 minutes or 15 seconds more. Anything above that, you're going to get 0 points for time management. And for the second speaker, it's 3 minutes, 15 seconds more or 15 seconds less. Same thing for Faculty of Science. And for the oratory, we're going to be judging based on content, 30 points, delivery, 25 points, structure and organization, 20 points, persuasiveness, 15 points, dressing, 5 points, time management, 5 points. But in the case of the oratory, it is 10 seconds more or less than the time allocated. Thank you very much. And I wish the speakers best of luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olaiton Additional. Please can Ms. Timothy Eunice, give us a test run of how the bell sounds so that the speakers know.
When it is 4 minutes, I'll knock on the table once, when it is 5 minutes, I'll knock on the table twice. Is that loud enough?
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Timothy Eunice. So to not waste our time, I'm going to call upon the speakers now. So the speakers are going to fill these first 2 rows. I'm going to call the oratory speakers and then the debate speakers so that everybody just takes their seat in front. So starting with the debate competition, please, as I call your name, please move forward to sit, and let's all also clap for them as they come forward. So the Faculty of Dentistry speakers for the debates, Mr. Adedeji Michael, Mr. Ikwimoroti Oluseyi. From the Faculty of Science, Mr. Ebenezer Bodunde, Mr. Sharma Peters. For the oratory competition, Mr. Nasiruddin Abdulatif, Mr. Lawrence Temidayo, Mr. Uzo David, Mr. Ayobami Oluwatosin. Thank you very much. Please move forward. So as I said earlier, we're going to be starting with the debate competition for today. So the debate topic is primary healthcare or tertiary healthcare, which should Nigeria prioritize? Again, primary healthcare or tertiary healthcare, which should Nigeria prioritize? The competition is between the Faculty of Dentistry. I wanted you people to shout. The competition is between the Faculty of Dentistry and all the way from UI, the Faculty of Science. Thank you. So speaking for the topic is the Faculty of Dentistry. So the first speaker for the Faculty of Dentistry is Mr. Adedeji Michael.
A pyramid placed on its peak hardly ever stands. Even if it does, it will only be temporary before it inevitably falls. This inverted health pyramid is one of the major problems that have plagued the Nigerian health sector for many years. The World Health Organization defines primary health care as essential care made accessible to individuals and families in the community by a means acceptable to them and at a cost that the community and the country can afford. Meanwhile, Palipedia.org defines tertiary health care as essential care, as specialized care that is supplied only on referral from primary and secondary medical care. Intellectual audience. It is important to clarify that today's debate is not to argue advantages over disadvantages or the total neglect of one over the other, but to simply clarify if our priorities in Nigeria should lie with the primary health care or the tertiary health care. Now, walk with me as we consider this fact and help these scientists see that no matter how many times they try, their hypothesis in today's debate is like Atiku, it cannot win. Judges, primary health care should be prioritized in Nigeria because it helps achieve universal health coverage. The WHO, in December 12, 2022, acknowledged that to achieve universal health coverage, health systems must be oriented towards the primary health care approach, as it enables health care to be accessible for all, irrespective of economic status. This shows the indispensability of primary health care on any nation's health system, and is even more important in a third world country like Nigeria, where we struggle with poverty and poor health-seeking behaviors. This shows that prioritizing primary health care is very important and would only show that we are getting our priorities right. And any contrary argument from my opponent would only be believable at the newspaper stands of Agbewo or if we were all in Premier 2. Esteemed audience, primary health care should be prioritized in Nigeria because it saves lives and protects the future. According to the UNICEF, approximately 7 out of 10 under 5 children die in Nigeria. Interestingly, these deaths result from illnesses like malaria, pneumonia, or diarrhea that can easily be treated in a primary healthcare facility. But due to their inadequacies in our country, we watch our future leaders die like flies. What further motivation does one need before seeing that equipping the primary healthcare system in Nigeria is the logical step towards ensuring that these preventable deaths are prevented? Also, primary healthcare should be prioritized in Nigeria because it is cost-effective for both the government and the nation. An article published on Africa Check on May 5, 2017 reported that it costs between 18 to 22 million naira to build a primary healthcare facility, while the Guardian newspaper reported on January 19, 2017 that it cost over 3.5 billion naira to refurbish one tertiary healthcare hospital only. Clearly, not only would it cost the government far more money to invest in tertiary healthcare, it will also be totally counterproductive, as we would have most Nigerians still not able to access these facilities. And even those who have access to them will end up putting much pressure, much stress on this facility. And we will need to refurbish them all over again. The math is simple. If we refuse to prioritize primary health care in Nigeria, it will not be a case of economics at play, but only a case of priorities misplaced. Ladies and gentlemen, primary health care should be prioritized in Nigeria because it will reduce pressure on healthcare workers. The Nigerian Journal for Clinical Practice reported in April 2022 that healthcare workers in Nigerian tertiary hospitals are currently plagued with a minimum working hours of over 100 hours per week due to the patient load. Interestingly, primary healthcare is focused primarily on preventive and promotive measures which can help to reduce pressure on these doctors. My audience, it is very important that we prioritize primary health care because this is not only the compassionate thing to do, but also the ethical and morally right thing to do. My opponent might argue that tertiary health care should be prioritized in Nigeria due to the lack of faith in the primary healthcare system. However, according to the WHO, 90% of an individual's healthcare needs can be met at the primary care level. So we see that it is not that primary healthcare cannot solve our problem, but simply because it has not been given the opportunity to do so. And this exactly is the reason why it should be prioritized. Finally, if my opponents come to propose fallacies and twist logic by saying that most tertiary hospitals also have sections for primary healthcare, please tell them that that is only an argument against themselves. And that only further shows the importance of and the need to prioritize primary health care. I mean, it is only common sense that if out of 2 children, one struggles to do academically, it is only common sense that you help the struggling child. And that struggling child is our primary health care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, to the first speaker from the Faculty of Science, I'm going to be calling upon Mr. Ebenezer Bodunde.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we will be playing the game of what? And as we all know, that the goal of the game of what is to be the first player to get rid of all cards. In the next 5 minutes, I'll be getting rid of 8 cards. Follow me closely. Card 1, definition. The World Health Organization defines primary health care as the essential health care made universally accessible to individuals and families in the community by any means accessible to them at a cost that they can afford. While tertiary health care is a specialized health care usually given to inpatients, usually administered by medical personnel using complex facilities for advanced medical screening and treatment. Card 2, dentistry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a known fact that primary health care has provided services that are affordable and accessible to the majority of the population, and it has helped to bridge the gap in health care access between rural and urban areas. And that is why we are not here today to speak ill or devalue primary health care like my opponents must have thought. What they fail to understand is that prioritizing one thing over the other does not make the other thing useless or not important. Don't worry, let me illustrate. If Daniel, a 400-level dentistry student, have 2 exams on the same day, pharmacology and pathology, and decides to prioritize pathology over pharmacology when reading, it does not mean that pharmacology is useless or not important, as both of them are equally needed to graduate to 500 level. It only means that he's dedicating more time and energy to pathology, probably because he's struggling with it. What this means in the context of today's debate is that prioritizing tertiary healthcare over primary healthcare does not make primary healthcare useless or not important. All we are saying is that tertiary healthcare should be of a more significant worth to Nigeria. And here are the reasons why. Card 3, medical tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, by prioritizing tertiary healthcare, patients would not have to travel abroad to seek medical care, which is usually costly and time-consuming. The Vanguard report in March 2021 that about 40,000 Nigerians travel abroad every year to seek medical treatment, spending up to $1 billion annually. This is due to the lack of availability and the inadequate quality of such services in Nigeria. Prioritizing tertiary healthcare will lead to the development of better healthcare facilities and the training of more healthcare professionals, reducing the need for Nigerians to seek medical care abroad. This will not only save the country from billions of dollars in foreign exchange, but to also ensure access to quality healthcare without having to leave the country. Card 4, disaster preparedness. Ladies and gentlemen, according to World Health Organization, tertiary hospitals are responsible for providing specialized care, managing emergencies, outbreaks, and natural disasters. The International Journal of Health Policy and Management noted the vital role played by tertiary healthcare services in the 2014 Ebola virus outbreak in Nigeria and how it would have done more if they had invested more in tertiary healthcare facilities. The Nigerian Health Watch also reported the challenges faced during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as inadequate testing centers and insufficient medical personnel, highlighting the need to invest more in tertiary healthcare facilities. Tertiary hospitals are the first point of contact during emergencies, and prioritizing them will only be responsible for building crucial, resilient health systems. Card 5, morbidity and mortality rate. Ladies and gentlemen, when a country does not prioritize tertiary care, it will only result in higher rate of preventable illnesses and chronic health conditions. A study by World Health Organization in 2010 made it clear that tertiary healthcare services are needed to reduce morbidity rate and improve the quality of life. The lack of a strong healthcare system at the tertiary level would only lead to the burden of complex diseases being transferred to primary and secondary healthcare centers, resulting in poor outcome for patients. Also in 2017, the World Health Organization noted that the inadequate provision of tertiary healthcare services in Nigeria has resulted in the high rate of non-communicable diseases in Nigeria. So you see, access to modernized equipment, skilled personnel, and specialized care are crucial for improving the quality of life and building better health outcomes. Card 6, general market. Ladies and gentlemen, my opponents may come here to say that the cost of maintaining and obtaining tertiary healthcare facilities can be prohibitive. Why this is true? It is also true that not investing in tertiary healthcare can be costly in terms of human life and productivity. Without access to specialized care, patients will suffer from chronic health conditions and preventable illnesses. While tertiary health care can be costly, the long-term benefits, and what's the investment? Tell me last card, ladies and gentlemen. My opponent may also come here to say that there are other pressing issues in Nigeria, such as education and security, that require investment. And for that, they should prioritize them over tertiary health care. When they do so, please forgive them. It only shows that you can be very close to UCH College Library and still be very far from the knowledge inside it. Today's debate does not question if tertiary healthcare should be prioritized over pressing issues. No, it questions if tertiary healthcare should be prioritized over primary healthcare. So please tell them to stop sidestepping today's debate. Last card, ladies and gentlemen. We have not come up here today to paint tertiary healthcare as the savior. Neither have we come here to paint primary healthcare as the devil. All we have come here to do is to clearly state why tertiary healthcare should be prioritized. So when my opponents come up here today, please tell them that my first and second point have reliable sources in their library. They should go check up. My third, fourth, and fifth point have reliable sources in their library. They should go check up. But as the winner of this what game, at this point, I check up.
Can we give both first speakers another round of applause, please? Thank you. Moving on to the second speakers from the Faculty of Dentistry, Mr. Ikpimoroti Oluseyi.
Mrs. Rahama Ismail, a mother of two, died on the 3rd of May 2022 from uncontrollable bleeding after giving birth to a baby boy in her home. Her relatives, despite every effort, could not get her to a healthcare center in time, and this led to her demise. Rahama's story is one of many of women who have lost their lives due to difficulty in accessing healthcare. A study published in the Journal of Development and Agricultural Economics shows that 6 out of every 10 individuals who live in rural areas find it difficult to access and use healthcare. This contradicts the premise of primary healthcare, which is the right to achieve the highest attainable level of health, regardless of who you are or where you live. So, whether you are Bankole from Ebutemeta or Ayodeji from Ojoelegba, the fact still remains that quality healthcare should be accessible, and this is a reason why primary healthcare must be prioritized. In a bid to push
My opponents have come here to sell the promises of primary healthcare to you. How it is about accessibility and affordability, how healthcare should be a right, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, the sad reality is that our Nigeria lacks the environment for effective primary healthcare implementation. Allow me to demonstrate that. At the heart of the gospel of primary healthcare is the gospel of affordability and accessibility. When we talk of doing that for the masses, we're talking about shifting cost. To who? The state. Which state? The same Nigerian state currently holding total external debt of $41 trillion as of December last year. According to analysis of 31 European countries in an article published in the National Library of Medicine, showed that stronger primary care was linked with better population health. It also incurred higher health expenditure for countries involved. This makes sense. Providing quality primary health care at the scale that will affect overall national health entails the pervasive provision of health infrastructure, massive human resource development, a lot of health sensitization programs, continuous evaluation and adjustments. How does a nation that has barely recovered from being the world's poverty capital provide that much for a whopping 200 million people for little or no charge? Ladies and gentlemen, that is what accessibility and affordability are about. Unrealistic for our nation. Now, my opponent would push back here, saying that tertiary healthcare specialized systems and equipment are costlier to maintain and operate. Maybe. But no one is saying that tertiary healthcare has to be affordable and accessible for all. And so, unlike in primary, prioritizing tertiary healthcare allows the burden of cost to be distributed between the government and the people. It may not be affordable for all, but we know, because it is not left entirely in the hands of a poor government, that it is of quality. Second, the alarming rise in non-communicable cancer, which typically use specialized treatments, necessitates the prioritization of tertiary healthcare. According to WHO in 2018, NCDs accounted for 29% of all deaths in Nigeria. My opponents would argue that under the preventive care component of primary healthcare, many of those diseases would have been prevented. Perhaps they do not realize that the current focus in Nigeria is on primary healthcare. An article published in the National Library of Medicine stated that 88% of health facilities in Nigeria were primary, with 12% and 0.25% for secondary and tertiary respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with priority being on primary health care, the harbinger of preventive care, that we record this rise in non-communicable diseases. It is because it is of low quality. Low quality has made primary health care fail in its primary duty of prevention. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we must emphasize that we are not preaching the abolishment of primary healthcare in Nigeria. We recognize its place in balancing the healthcare sector. We are only saying that a nation as economically deprived as ours cannot be talking about affordability and accessibility on such a massive scale. And if those are the terms that define primary healthcare, then we cannot prioritize primary healthcare. From the most prestigious Faculty of Science, Shama Peters.
Thank you very much. I honestly cannot count how many times I've heard ladies and gentlemen just in the last 20 or so minutes. Moving on to the oratory competition, I trust that the judges are currently collating the results for the debate segment, and we're going to know the winner at the end of the competition. But before we move on to the oratory competition, let's just do something, right? Can I get shouts for the Faculty of Science speakers?
somebody was stealing from him to help others might not exactly put you in a moral gray area. Think of it this way, that the question of the subject of duality of man is a transparent glass window or the lens in a pair of glasses. The color lies not in itself, but the ability it has to interpret and clarify other colors in a way that corrects optical clinical bias. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the duality of man might be uncertain and the true nature of man unclear. But what is truly certain is my name, and my name is Nasruddin Abdulatif. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nasiruddin. I can see that the 200 level class, they're really hyping their classmates up. It's very nice to see. Okay, next, from the 300 level class. 300 level, you're not shouting as much as 200 level. From the 300 level class, speaking on the topic, cults and religion, the thin veil. Again, cults and religion, the thin veil. I'll call upon Mr. Lawrence Temidayo.
Audience, any human can formulate a religion into a cult, or a cult into a religion. It just takes wild imagination, a bit of creativity, unshakable charisma, and the gift of public speaking. Combine this with a white robe and some holy books, and you can easily be considered a man of God. Cults are not so different. An extra cross on the holy cross, or a white red, or a fancy red bead in place of a white tesbih, and even cult leaders can start believing in their own inventions. Ultimately, the success of any of these groups depends on the consumers of the ideology being propagated. Here is cults, here is religion, and between them is a thin veil. According to the Journal for Scientific Study of Religion on 15 June 2022, a religion is typically a belief system that is well established on a well-defined set of doctrines and practices, with an organized hierarchy and formal places of worship like churches, mosques, or temples. Religions are generally considered to be a mainstream that have broad social acceptance. On the other hand, according to the International Cultic Studies Association on 16th May 2022, a cult is considered to be a less established group that has deviated from mainstream beliefs and practices. It often has a charismatic leader who is believed to have special knowledge or powers and who controls the group members, usually through manipulation and coercion. However, some religious groups can demonstrate cult-like tendencies, and some cults may also have beliefs that are similar to that of established groups. For example, in a study published in the journal Psychology of Religion and Spirituality in 2013, it was found that certain high-demand religious groups, such as Mormons and ultra-Orthodox, displayed features of cults, which includes a rigid structure and isolation from the outside world. So you see, just like the X-ray of a tooth cavity and that of a dark-stained tooth, the distinction between religion and cults is not always clear-cut. Audience, many individuals can be attracted to cults for the purpose of belonging and protection. It is totally normal.
For Finyi to yearn for a sense of belonging to a group after months of loneliness. It will also be no surprise when Victor desires to be connected to groups that offer him protection following a series of frequent bullies. However, both Finn and Victor must take note of the potential risks that may come along with this kind of groups, which include psychological harm or financial exploitation. In conclusion, the thin veil between cults and religion is merely a matter of perception and perspective. But it is clear, even to the unobservant, that both can have profound influence on the lives of their followers. It is thus up to every one of us to approach our beliefs with critical thinking and personal responsibility. Let us all choose our paths and do so with wisdom and compassion. This way, we can create a reality where the boundary between typical and atypical is never crossed. A world where our beliefs can be practiced without manipulation and destruction.
Can we give Mr. Lawrence Temidayo another round of applause, please? Thank you. The next speaker is going to be from the 400 level class. The next speaker is going to be from the 400 level class. Is going to be speaking on the topic, currency redesign, a game of colors or numbers. Currency redesign, a game of colors or numbers. Mr. Uzo David.
In the words of a sage, money talks, but have you ever tried to listen to what it is saying? In the ancient times, money in form of coins were made of gold, silver, bronze, and copper, with engraved images of leaders and mythological figures. In our world today, technology has advanced. Now we have engraved and printing images of money in form of polymers with no longer paper notes. Right now, I would like you to join me as I take you through the journey of showing you that money can be in form of mirage of colors without no humility. The design of a currency represents an opportunity for the country to showcase cultural heritage, scientific advancement, and environmental conservation efforts. Also, national symbols, landmarks, and achievements that represent the best of our country incorporated in these designs. This will promote national identity and create a sense of pride and ownership in these currencies. In the words of a popular Nigerian artist, Towo Baton in your Lomaku, it is a lie. And in the terms of this, identity and sense of belonging shows that currency redesign is a game of colors. Currency redesign also aids the incorporation of new and improved security features. With advancement in technology, counterfeiters have been able to recreate copies of currencies. But by introducing new security features, we can make it difficult for counterfeiters to replicate these currencies. Unlike the new Nigerian currencies that looks like a tie and dye gimmick, the airlights might be more sensitive to the watermarks, but to the market women and semi-illiterate, this marks a sense of identification. Hence, you agree with me that currency redesign is a game of colors. Currency redesign can also improve the functionality of currency. For instance, by incorporating larger or smaller denomination, it helps easier for people to carry out transactions. And it can particularly increase functionality by incorporation of Braille
to help the blind and visually impaired identify certain denominations. The colorful concept in this case is the use of Braille. So you can even see that the blind can what? Agree with us that currency redesign is a game of colors. Inflation 101, let's dive into 50,000 raised to power 4. Minus 419. Do you get me? We can go on and on with the currency redesign about the game of numbers, but you would agree with me that it is a game of color. Having listened to what Money has to say through the game of color, I would want you to believe with me, like Martin Luther King, that I have a dream, but in this case, a currency dream of colors, which represents our nation's prosperity and progress.
Thank you very much, Mr. Uzo. So we're going to be moving on to the last speaker in today's oratory competition. So from the 500 level class, the noise you are giving is not for defending champions. From the 500 level class, speaking on the topic, what if things worked here? Again, what if things worked here? Mr. Ayobami Oluwatosin.
When I was 5, my father would buy me a bottle of Coke while I read to him the stories of men who had great dreams like Martin Luther King, but how, like Chinua Achebe's novel, everything had fallen apart just for one major reason, that things do not work here. When I was 10, I would read the same stories to my father, but this time, there was no bottle of Coke, just a cocktail of thank yous and well done. That was when it dawned on me that these stories were not for him. They were actually meant for me. And my father was indirectly feeding me with the ambitions and aspirations of men. And the reason why their dreams were broken even before the daybreak. At the foolishness of some we had laughed. At the mistakes of some we had shouted. But there were just these few other men who, after giving their all to life, they still got nothing. Just for one major reason, that things do not work here. When I was 15, there were 5 other things I could have been, yet I chose to be a doctor. Not because I could think big like Ben Carson, or have gifted hands with which I could operate patients. My decision was primarily based on what I've seen our healthcare system do to a family member. The delay, the annoyingly numerous protocols, coupled with the arrogance and the insult of the so-called medical personnel. If only things were to work here, I would be in the entertainment industry, writing novel and movie scripts, while I watch the view of oceans lashing at the surface of Barracuda Beach. Unfortunately, majority of us, just like me, we have given up on our original dreams, while we change our courses to that which will make us survive rather than live, just for one major reason, that things do not work here. When I was 20, I found myself in a company of friends desperately searching for greener pastures, brilliant minds, leaving their fatherland for a much farther land where things seem to work. According to Premium Times, about 45% of Nigerians plan to relocate to another country in 5 years' time. Also, in another study conducted by them in 2021, about 7 out of every 10 Nigerians agreed that they will relocate to another country if only they had the opportunity. If only things were to work here, they won't have any business going there. Unfortunately, in the Nigeria of today, Japa has become the order of the day just for one major reason, that things do not work here. Today I'm 25, and I have come to realize that things will not work here unless we put things to work. An object will continually remain in a state of rest or uniform motion unless acted upon by an external force. Even the Holy Book says that the kingdom of God suffers violence, and only the violence can take it by force. I have not come to preach the message of violence. I have come to kindle determination to succeed in you. I know that the race is not always to the swift. I know that the race is not always to the swift. I know the battle is not always to the strong. And I understand that it is possible to dance with dragon and still lose the Game of Thrones. But do not because of that give up on destiny. Do not because of that give up on destiny. Because Not because of that, because of destiny, just because of one major reason that things do not work here. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, when I'm 30, whether as an artist or a dentist, I hope to buy my father a bottle of Coke while I read to him the story of his son, who also had great dreams like Martin Luther King, and how, like the scripture says, everything had come to pass, despite the fact that things do not work here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayobami. That was a lovely speech. I would like us all to give a very big round of applause to all our speakers today, both from the debate and the oratory competition. So while our judges collate the results, we're going to do, a little giveaway. So judges can just tell me when they're done with the collation. But before that, we're going to do giveaway. We're going to be giving away toothpaste. But this time, it's not a pack like before. It's like 2 each. It's 2 per person if you get the answer. And then the questions are very simple, don't worry. So it's going to be first person to raise their hand and first person to get it correctly because, they are going to be very easy. Okay. So, are you guys ready? Are you people ready? You people are not ready. Why? Are you sure? Okay. So the first question is, and then for this question, the class that is, involved cannot answer the question. Right? What was the topic, oratory topic for the 200 level speaker? So 200 level students cannot answer. Patrick, you can come forward for your toothpaste. Thank you. Yeah, no stopping picture, no. Okay, now to make it fair, now the class that can't participate is not going to be 200 level anymore. What was the topic of the 400 level speaker? Yes. He raised his hand first.
Currency redesign, a game of color or numbers.
Thank you very much. See, many people are not raising their hands. So why you people don't like to brush your teeth? I don't understand. You don't. All right. What else am I going to ask? What faculty did the Faculty of Dentistry face in? I've not even finished the question. Oh yeah, I've not finished. You don't even know the question I was asked. Damn, Larry, before you raise your hand. Oh yeah, answer. Let's see. You see. Oh yeah. You see. Yeah, you raise your hand. What faculty did the Faculty of Dentistry face in the first edition of the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition? Now, damn, Larry's hand is down. I don't know who raised their hand first now. I'm going to call Desh. Yes, come forward now for your prize. Thank you very much. So now let's move on to questions about politics, association politics. Since today's symposium was basically, centered around that. So first person to raise their hand. What's the name of the association's treasurer? Ndubisi. Full name, yes. You tried, come forward. His full name is Oluwagunwa Oluwaferanmi John. Thank you. Are the judges done collating? Okay, so we carry on. The toothpaste are finishing. So who knows the Deputy Senate President's full name? Patrick, rest now. Everything, you've been raising your hand. You can't, hello, Mr. Motosho, you're a senator, you can't answer that question. Senators cannot answer the question. Because you know the person now. You can come forward, please. You say Dr. John.
Additional Oluwaseyi.
Thank you very much. Questions. Okay. This one is going to be a personal question. My classmates cannot answer. Who knows my middle name? My classmates cannot answer. You said, don't raise your hand. Hello, Mr. Vice President. Okay. So please, I want this, lady to answer. I'm curious as to how you know my middle name. You can step forward to get your toothpaste. You should clap for her. She's not even in dentistry and she knows my middle name. Because mind telling us how you have that information?
Your campaign last year for PRO, I think.
Thank you. So the toothpaste are, out. Sorry to you guys. So I'm going to be calling the head of the Professor Adenloye Oratory and Debate Competition Committee to give us, rounding up words and all that's necessary. Thank you.
It's really not fair that they called me and nobody's clapping. After what you witnessed today, I don't understand. Thank you very much. So I'm just standing here because I want to appreciate our mommy. I mean, she's the only one left with us here for this event. Can you imagine? She gave us a generous donation and she's the reason why our contestants this year will be going home with cash prizes. Can you imagine? I mean, the last year was just awards. Keep clapping, please. When I say Professor Adenloye, until I say stop, just keep clapping. Professor Adenloye, thank you, ma. Professor Adenloye, thank you, ma. We appreciate you so much, ma, for what you're doing for us. Thank you so much, ma. Yeah, thank you. You can have your seats. Yeah, so our judge is ready. Our judges. Are we ready? Would you like to make a few comments?
Okay. Good afternoon once again, everyone. Can we please put our hands together for the speakers again? They've done brilliantly. They've performed brilliantly today. Personally, I enjoyed myself during both segments. So please, speakers, thank you very much. Please, let's clap for them again. For the debate, I have a few notes, just things that maybe during the course of your preparation you might have just overlooked. But generally, all the speakers were good. All the speakers were fantastic. Everybody made very valid points. For the debate, the topic was primary healthcare or tertiary healthcare. Which should Nigeria prioritize? And for the first speaker from dentistry, I want to note your delivery. You had a very good delivery. Okay, yes, please clap for him. The content of your speech was also really good. You structured your speech well. Just one thing I want to note, this is a little funny, but you said interestingly, and then you said something really bad. Like you said interestingly, like 7 in 10 children die of non-communicable diseases. That is not an interesting thing. So please, if you want to say something like that, please don't use that kind of word to preface it. But generally, you did very well. For the second speaker from dentistry, I noted some very good points that you made. You made a reporter about need for specialized care. That's why I wrote, because I enjoyed it. I can't really remember why I wrote it, but I know it was a very good reporter. Then you said something about how primary healthcare would create more jobs. They are closer in cases of emergency. But I noted that your conclusion was not very solid. You had a good run with your speech, but when you concluded, it was a rocky conclusion. So please work on your conclusion to make it better, because it is one of the things that judges and the audience will remember the most about your speech. Please just clap for the speakers from dentistry again. And then for the speakers from Faculty of Science, yes, for the first speaker, you also had a good delivery. You were very persuasive. You made some very valid points. Although when you started, I noted here that you took a little too long to get to your first point. I understand that you are trying to set the boundary for your debate, but most of what you were saying, the first speaker from dentistry had already said most of them. And one thing that you should have used to your advantage as the speaker that is coming from the team that is refuting is that you can actually skip many of those definitions, because the other person would have said them. You could have you said the same things, so you could have just skipped them and just used inferences from them to make points for your own speech. It would have been acceptable. But you made very valid points when you started to give your points. You talked about medical tourism. You talked about disaster preparedness. You talked about morbidity and mortality rates. So well done. And then the second speaker from Faculty of Science, I really, really liked the way you deliver your speech. I like when speakers deliver like that. You emphasize the parts that needed to be emphasized, that you wanted us to remember. You went through the parts that you needed to say very low. You know, if you want to say something that is bad, you say it in the tone that is appropriate. I think that was very good. So well done. Your content was also very good. Now to the, please put your hands together for the debaters. To the oratory speakers, I have to say that I truly, I know I'm saying this a lot, but it keeps being true, but I really enjoyed myself during the oratory. I like that, first of all, the organizers gave all the speakers different topics, because in competitions like this, when we have multiple speakers speaking on the same oratory topic, it can get very draining for judges. So I appreciate the organizers for giving them different topics and keeping things interesting for us. And each topic was really good. For example, the first person that came, Nasiruddin, that talked about the duality of life, I think you really set the pace for the oratory competition. So I appreciate you for that. Yes, you did very well. Your delivery was very good, actually. I don't know how long you've been doing public speaking, but you seem very... So well done. And then the second speaker, you did wonderful too. You kept the pace going. You all had very good points. You talked about your topics well. The third speaker, same thing. You did very well. The fourth speaker, you also did amazing, by the way. Your delivery was good. You were persuasive. I just have a few notes for you. One thing is that when you write a speech that's interesting, you cannot afford to not prepare to be distracted by the audience, right? So there were moments where, I don't know, I feel like if you're a writer and you're writing something that you think is good, you imagine that people will like this part, right? So you prepare your mind that if they start shouting at this part, what am I going to do as a public speaker? Do you understand? So when they started shouting at some point, you kind of got distracted by it. So please, next time, as somebody who writes speeches that good, please try to prepare for distractions from the audience next time. And then towards the end of your speech, you became a kind of motivational speaker, which I think is kind of a rocky terrain to go as an oratory speaker. You want to avoid that kind of veering into that kind of area as an oratory speaker. But generally speaking, you did amazing. All 4 speakers did wonderful. So thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. So he kind of like took a lot of details, like he went into details about some of the things I also noticed. So I'm just going to skip those parts and mention just maybe one thing per person. Okay, so one thing that stood out to me, and I'm saying this not because I want to criticize you, but because I believe that as public speakers, you can't just be like a perfect person. You have to like keep improving. There's always going to be one thing that you need to keep working on in your total package. So I feel like the first speaker should reduce his movement. It was very jarring. And because, as I always tell the guys in my L&D, there are traditions in different places. Like you go to some schools, they don't even use podiums. They will just be walking around and everything. But this is UI, we use podium. So it's not advisable for you to move too far away from your podium, walking around and stuff like that. So it's just better to maintain the podium. I noticed you didn't really use the podium. And the second thing about the second speaker now, and I noticed it in the debate too, I personally do not like it. You see, a lot of people write speeches, then start fitting some things just to tick all the boxes on the judging criteria. Like, okay, they will give us scores for content, for say structure, and I start looking for one structure to force your speech into it. So a lot of people do it with their authorities too. So you finish writing your speech, now start forcing any authority just to say, oh, I cited an authority. So when you cite an authority and you do not relate it to your point, I'm left like, so what's the essence of it? And then a lot of people just cite all these authorities like, oh, according to an article published on so this, then you tell us what you want to tell us. How many articles do I know that were published in different places across the world on that date? So I think like if you don't have enough time to give us the details of that authority, just go for say the title. Titles are very easy to get. So when you have to like pick one, I think titles go, and then maybe the author. For the third speaker, I think one thing I'm just going to say, I think I'm saying just one thing per person, is that you didn't button your shirt, and I kept looking at that throughout your jacket, throughout your speech. So I doctored only 1 mark. I think you're the only person I didn't give full marks for dressing. I just gave everybody 5 marks, but I gave you 4. Things like that are notable. Please work on it. And then for the final speaker, I'm just going to say one positive thing. I love the storytelling thing. I think it's a good thing. Well done.
Thank you very much to our judges. So be announcing the results now. The results.
Okay, so this is the time we've all been waiting for. The results are going to be announced. Before they come, you people have to show that you're excited first. It's like, oh, maybe we should just take our result and be going. Nobody wants to know who won this or not. Are you people excited to hear the results of today? You guys are not excited. Why? Let's try again. Let's try again. Are you guys excited to hear? Exactly. Thank you. Are you guys awake? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to call on Mr. Olawi Juwon to give the results of the debate and oratory competition. Okay. I also like to please on Professor Dane Louis, because we're going to be thank you very much, Ma. We're going to be awarding the certificates and the awards as the winners are called up.
All right. Good afternoon, Ma. So let's clap once again for all the speakers. It's not easy. It's not easy to come here to deliver a speech to this scary audience. So I'll be reading the list of winners or classes from the 4th to the 1st. So coming at 4th, we have the speaker for the 400 level class in the person of Mr. Uzo. He had a total of 3 points. So at third position, we have the speaker from the 200 level class. person of Mr. Nasruddin.
Third position, please stand up. You have a prize. You have a prize. He's getting a medal. And a cash prize of 10,000
Right, over.
naira. So next time, when I tell you to come and do a rachel competition, sit down in your class. You're not going to win anymore. I'm angry.
Please, let's put hands together for him, please. All right, so third position, Mr. Nasruddin from the 200 level class with a total of 78 points. And now to the second position. Okay, not to waste our time because our
This
time
is
is
a cash
fast.
prize of 15,000 naira.
Okay.
15,
Or should I call
1 and 5.
Which one should I
15.
call first? The first or the second? You are not nice. So the all power belongs to me. I'll call the second position first. So the second position is from the 300 level class with a total of 80 points. And it is Mr. Lawrence. Well done, well done, well done. Well, it looks like the winners are the defending champions. So the winner of this year's
That's
oratory
right.
competition is from the 500 level
That's
class
right.
with a total
sorry,
of
I'm biased.
85.3 points.
Wow. A cash prize of 20,000 naira.
Mr. Ayobami Joseph.
20,000. 2 and 0. 2 and 0. 20,000. All this was made possible by our mommy, Professor Denloye. Thank you so much, ma. Our students are so happy. So the one we've all been waiting for. Pressure.
All right, so we'll now be moving over to the debate competition between the Faculty of Dentistry and the Faculty of Science. So at the end of all of this, the Faculty of Science had a total of 75.75. Please, let's put our hands together. While the Faculty of Dentistry had a total of 71.75. So the winner of this year's debate is the Faculty
Please
of
let's put our
Science.
hands together for them. Congratulations to the Faculty of Science.
Congratulations.
They'll be going home with a cash prize of 30,000 naira. 30,000 naira. Please come forward. I don't know why they will call me and carry our money and be there. I'm angry, sir. But congratulations to them. It's not easy. Please clap for them.
So we will be giving prizes to the best speech and the best. Please, Faculty of Dentistry, so also kindly come forward. Speakers for the Faculty of Dentistry. Please, now let's clap for them. But yeah, if it's easy, but yeah, you should come and do it.
It's all right. Wanted to give 2 other awards, but it seems like we'll not be giving them
Yet.
yet, maybe after. So, with this, okay, yes, the awards are the best speaker and the best speech. So while the judges work on that, no, we are done.
We're going to close now. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I came here in the morning. It is now afternoon. That means you've used me. I want to start by thanking you for the honor you've given unto me to name this program after me. The young man that came to me last year, I can't remember who. Has he graduated? 600 level, okay. And when he came, the idea was to showcase other talents students have. I almost forgot that this is a medical school because I was looking at orators, I was looking at pastors, I was looking at politicians. From the way you spoke, actually you've done very well. And I'm one of those who always encourage other gifts people have. I've had students and I've seen some of their gifts and I'll go behind and call them. You must have this degree, but you can develop this later. And what you have done is to showcase yourself and to show that dentistry is just one of those things. Or being in science, faculty of science is just one of those things. You can be a good speaker, you can be any other thing apart from this first degree you're going to have. You've done very well, and I must congratulate each and every one of the speakers once again. The only thing I have against, I can't remember what happened last year, but this one I'm looking now, is there is no woman. What happened to them? Eh? They refuse to come out. I want to encourage you to please showcase yourself, women. You can do it. And you can even do it better. You agree? What these men are doing, we can do better. So next time we are meeting, I want to see women in the group. If I don't see women in the group, I will leave. And I won't support you again. Eh? Women, are you going to be there next time? Even if possible, all women. Maybe another way we can do it is a particular year, all men, the following year, all women. We can think about that. It will encourage the women and the girls to join. So I have had a wonderful time with you, and I think we've learned one or two things. And since morning, we spoke on some few things. I pray that in another few years, when you become commissioners and ministers for health, you will correct the ills in the system. Because one thing is to talk, which we have done. The other thing is to put in the real thing, make things change. And I believe that you are the ones going to do it. I'm looking at my retirement, although it's still some time, but I'm tired. So fighting is not in my blood right now. I've done enough of fighting when I had the power to do it. But now I support. You want to do it? Okay, do it this way, do it this way. But I'm leaving you with that challenge that please, whatever you are going through now with education, don't just leave and say, we managed to graduate. Look back. So many of the alumni sets are looking back. Please look back and see what you can do to change things. I finished from University of Lagos, although I've spent most of my years here. So I'm almost like Ibadan. They call me Ibadan person. There was a time I was fighting with them. I said, you must write me. If you want me to attend your alumni program, write me. And they say, you've been here for so many years. What am I trying to say? I still go back to my alumni set and still donate to my dental school in Lagos. When University of Lagos went down, it was University of Lagos I was trying to refer to. They had accreditation and they lost it. And all of us said, hey, how will they here outside the University of Lagos lost accreditation for dental school? We all came round to help. If you go back to dental school in Lagos, I'm proud to say I'm from Lagos. Although I'm also proud to work here. They went to industries, alumni came, we donated chairs, we did so many things. So please, it's not enough to say you finished and you are going away. I was traumatized. Everybody was traumatized in our dental or medical school. So please, your set, come together to look back and give back to the institution that trained you. This training is to give you bread. Whatever you now add to it is the butter. But at least if you chew bread in the morning, bread in the afternoon, bread in the night, you may have small kwashiorkor, but you won't die because it's not balanced. So by the time you add on to it, you have a balanced meal. So please, when you leave, which will be at the right time, I pray that there'll be no more strike. That 8-month strike, it will never happen again, because I want you all to graduate. Please, when you graduate, look back and see what you can do to improve. Government will not do it. I was spending my personal money to help residents to train, and I think I've done enough for many of them to train. Anytime I went for conferences, I must buy something and give them to train with. And I think you will also come back to train. Some of you will come back to train. Some of you will japa, but wherever you japa to, yes, my son japad. I have a medical student, a son who is a doctor. He has also japad with his wife. He's in Britain. But what am I trying to say? I'm not saying you shouldn't japa. Japa, go to a better place. I want you to be good, and when you look back, please remember where you're coming from, and please plan to give back. Government will not do it. They can't do what we are talking about. We have to come back and do it. So God bless you all, and I say thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much. You cannot get those words of wisdom anywhere. Only direct from the source. Please, let's appreciate her one more time. So now I'll be announcing the best speaker and the best speech.
So after all the calculation, everything. So the best speaker for today will be going to the second speaker from the Faculty of Science, in the person of Shaman. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Let's put our hands together for him. Yes. And then the second award for tonight will be going to the best speech for today. And the best speech is, while the best speaker is given based on an aggregate score of everything, your delivery, your content, and everything, the best speech is given solely based on the content of your speech. It's given based on when we listen to your speech, how the content is. So the winner of the best speech for today will be going to the second speaker from the Faculty of Dentistry, the person of Mr. Ikim Moruti Oluwaseyi. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for ourselves, please. We're a very beautiful audience. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. So we've officially come to the end of the program. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you had a wonderful time.
Thank you to our judges who made it possible, who took out their time to be here today. Thank you so much, judges, and our mommy. I'll keep thanking you, ma. Professor Denloye, thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
Symposium committee members should please wait for a picture.
On the other side.
Oyeshola. Symposium committee members, please come here for a picture. Thank you.
I burned my bridges.